a clap, whether it's runs or a dot ball from the Western Australian dugout. 8 for 242.
Who changes first here, Flash? Does Tasmania have to consider bringing some of those fielders in and building that pressure? Or does Western Australia start to take some of those singles?
Do we want a box in here? Do we want a short leg in here with Meredith? I mean, that's the other consideration, isn't it?
Yeah.
Steaming in. Ooh, to get an edge? No. Through to the keeper.
Meredith heard something there. Just play down the wrong line. Didn't seem to move too much.
Good pace. Good pace. Good energy.
We love this, Flash, don't we? What a great contest. Shield cricket alive and well.
Brilliant.
It's been a great batting performance from Joel Curtis so far. 44 off 119 deliveries. Can he get his team home?
Around the wicket. Tries to pull it away. Doesn't get any connection. Two here on the hook. Third, who's very fine at the moment. And just that wide second slip. Last ball, the 87th over. And the bouncer. Oh, he misses it. Runs away. They'll get just a single. But Curtis will retain his strike at the end of 87 overs. 16 now required for victory. 8 for 243.
Bell to Curtis. Good morning, everybody. Peter Newlands with you. Well, not Tasmania's best half hour of the game.
Welcome back, Pete.
Well, haven't this pair done a good job? Two slips in the gully. Gabe Bell from the river end. More runs for WA. There's four more. This is turning out very well for the WA team this morning. They're now well within sight. It just hasn't happened for the Tasmanian Tigers this morning. Bearing in mind last night, Rocket Charlie and Curtis, they faced 74 balls late on. Rocket Charlie came in at 8 for 200, and it looked a little bit game over. There was the missed run out in the early evening, and that's something that Tasmania is, I'm sure, thinking about at the moment. It's not over yet, though. But Curtis has just got this one in hand at the moment. But one split-second decision, one split-second moment, it can all change.
I just wonder if there's another twist, Pete. We've seen it time and time again in this match. And with 2 wickets in hand, it only takes 1 wicket, and it's right back on again. I can't help but think there's another twist.
That's been the nature of this game since Wednesday morning. 3 slips now for Bell. It's getting a little desperate for Tasmania. Rocket Charlie, 18 of 46 balls. He's looked good. through the course of this innings. What a match. What a game. What a Shield classic. It'll be a hard one for Tasmania if they don't get up, but there's lots of reasons to think they can still do it. Bill to Rockacholi, and he's picked that gap beautifully. There'll be a couple here, and they're within sight of victory now. Just 9 to get. They've done this really well. The partnership is now 50. A 50-run partnership for the 9th wicket. We talked about this through the 4 days, Mark Diven. Partnerships of any nature between any combination of batters could well decide this game, and it may yet be the case that the unlikely pairing of Joel Curtis and Corey Rockacholi could get Western Australia home. Just 9 to win now. He plays it safely. The end of the over. 8 for 250, just 9 to win. Riley Meredith. The ball with the ball in hand. Joel Curtis is the batter. Western Australia need 9 runs to win.
This is a big over, Pete.
This pair came together with the score on 8 for 200. They put on 50 priceless runs for the 9th wicket. Meredith round the wicket. But there's been nothing there. There's been no... It was a confident appeal for a caught behind that looked like it came off the thigh pad, but the wicket itself has just been asleep this morning.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much movement. The odd ball nibble, a couple of plays and misses, but not to the extent that we thought we might see with the new ball. But I think the way that Western Australians have controlled things this morning has really applied the pressure back on Tasmania.
Curtis is on 49. There's a thing called the commentator's curse, Mark Diven. And I'm just wondering if Joel Curtis mightn't be moving into player of the match considerations.
You're not trying to get a wicket here, are you, Pete?
I'm not trying to get a wicket. I'm just wondering at what point Curtis's contribution here is might be worth the prize.
What I would say is that there's been lots of opportunities for a player to stand up and win the game for their team. And lots of players have had the opportunity, and no one's quite taken it. So will Joel Curtis?
Now, the field for Meredith, there's a deep backward point, a deep cover, and an extra cover, about 75% of the way to the boundary, maybe 80%. There's a fielder at fine leg ready for the catch, and also a backward square on the trap. So they've got a plan, but what does Curtis do? He doesn't need to take any bait. 9 singles and they're home.
Well, he's shown us that he's happy just to maintain the strike, particularly against the bowlers from the top end, Meredith at the moment.
It's interesting they didn't take the single there. 9 of those in their home. 8 of those is a tie.
Yeah.
Where does Tasmania get a wicket here? How?
I think they've just got to keep hitting a good area and trust. You can't force a wicket, but you've got to build. Just got to keep building and keep building in a good area. I think they've got the right field.
Would an over of spin, just as one change-up, might disorient Rockacholi, the number 10?
Be a big play, big risk.
Curtis plays that very well. Down to third for us. He didn't take the single. I don't get this.
No.
Don't understand this.
Well, 1 ball left.
When you're literally a handful of singles away, why would you not take them? But you can hardly in any way question the way this pair have gone about the partnership. It's been immaculate.
No, you can't. I mean, they've got themselves within reach. The batters having a little chat.
So the last ball of Meredith's 20th over. His figures are 2 for 39. Around the wicket. Some pace on that one. WA survive another over. 8 for 250, just 9 runs for victory. Everyone on the edge of their seats here at Ninja Stadium. 3 slips and Jackson Bird is into the attack. Rockacholi digs it out. Didn't quite force it past Gabe Bell and a wide mid-on. It looked for a split second there that there was a single run or two to be had, but the timing wasn't quite right, and a good effort there by Gabe Bell, who's pretty stiff and sore after 4 hard days.
Yeah, I reckon he would be. He's bowled 20 overs in this second innings. Add to that his 15 or so in the first, so the body will certainly be tightening up.
Rockacholi forward. They pinch a single this time, and Curtis will get the strike. 8 to win. That's a well-taken single. He's quite quick between the wickets, Rockacholi.
He is. He looks a good athlete. He looks a good competitor.
He does.
He's been up for this contest.
That's a well-taken single. And you can see the frustration there with Jackson Bird putting his hand to the back of his head. Tasmania is... They've got to stay calm here. 2 slips and a gully. The rest of the field is spread. Curtis is on strike. Playing a miss. The clouds have come over a bit, Mark.
Yeah, conditions look all right for bowling, and we've seen a few plays and misses, just nothing to hit the edge yet.
No, that was...
But one delivery, Peter.
One delivery. Just
could
take
change
one
things
delivery.
A lot. 8 runs to go. Can still seem a long way away when you've only got 1 wicket in hand. I think it's a good move bringing Jackson Bird on from this end. We haven't seen him from the bottom end at all in this match, I don't think.
He's the go-to bowler. Curtis is leaving. They've got all day, literally, all day to get these runs. 8 to win, 7 for a tie. The tie is on the cards. There's Jordan Silk. About an hour out from stumps last night. The world was a pretty good place for this Tasmanian team. It still is. But this cricket match has changed direction, perhaps for the final time. We'll find out in a few moments. And he gets it through. Another run. They're getting closer.
That's his 50.
By the minute. There's a very well-made half-century from Joel Curtis. He deserves the round of applause that's echoing through Ninja Stadium. Glove punch with Rockacholi. There's work to do yet.
Well batted, Joel Curtis.
A very subdued celebration.
Well batted, Joel Curtis. A fantastic knock. Just what his team needed.
7 to win. Rockacholi. Oh. And Rockacholi pulls away. Bird doesn't like it. Don't know quite why he did that. He's a frustrated man at the moment, Bird, but he knows this game. Good bouncer.
And well played.
Well played. 7 to win.
Just talking about Joel Curtis, Peter, and his performance in this match, particularly in this innings with his all-important 50 runs. His stats today.
Now here's Meredith round the wicket. Massive effort required here. There's a big appeal, and he's given it. He's given it. Umpire Howard has given it, and Curtis is gone. Oh, what drama. What drama. That one kept a bit low. That was the effort ball from Riley Meredith. Umpire Howard was confident, and we've had another twist, Mark Devon.
Another twist. Let's have a close look at this one. I think you're right. It's kept low. It's kept really low. It's hit him on the back pad. Just a question. Did it hit him outside the line? Oh, it's a tight call. That's our first LBW call for the game.
Amazing. Curtis can hold his head high. That was an outstanding knock, but he won't be feeling good about it at the moment.
No, he would have wanted nothing more than to get his team across the line. 7 runs to go. It's all down to Rockacholi and Haskett now.
Liam Haskett and Corey Rockacholi. What is going through Liam Haskett's mind? He's sat through the evening chill and the evening gloom last night as Rockacholi and Curtis put together their partnership. And now Tasmania is 1 ball from victory. It was a 52-run partnership between Rockacholi and Curtis. They came together at 8 for 200. Liam Haskett, the man who came into this team, he bowled very well on day one, effectively coming in to replace Joel Paris, who's missing the match because of a hamstring injury.
And this could be a memorable game for Liam Haskett. He did bowl terrifically in that first innings.
He bowls left-handed, he bats right-handed. He faces Riley Meredith. And they take a single first ball. Well done. Very well done. 6 to get.
Great work from Liam Haskett, just knocking it into the covers for a single. And looking at the Western Australia team, they were up on their feet. They'll be cheering every single delivery here. As the man goes out, Jake Witherall just drops from mid-wicket to a deep forward square leg. So I expect we're going to see a few short deliveries here.
6 to win, 5 for a tie. And there's his bouncer, Rockacholi, the right-hander. What's that one sail through? What's the player mark? Are they sweating on having a good look at Haskett? There's still 3 balls to go on this over.
Look, I think they'll fancy themselves against either batter here, really. I think they'll be enticed. Only a few overs ago, we saw Rockacholi take on the bouncer from Riley Meredith, only for the ball to fall short of Caleb Jewell. They're looking for something similar.
There's a fly slip, 2 slips, a gully, and there's fielders in the deep on the onside, behind square and just in front of square. Meredith in. Bat and pad, there's a single. A precious, priceless single. 5 to win, 4 to tie. So it's Haskett. The burly left arm quick.
Pete, we're 1 shot away. 1 ball away. I don't think we'll see a 6, by the way, but we are potentially 1 shot away from a result.
In a classic finish to a Shield match. Meredith to Haskett, 2 balls left in the over. Facing his second ball, Meredith over the wicket. Hits him on the body. That's okay for Haskett. And NWA 1 ball to survive for Haskett.
I think Liam Haskett will be happy to wear a couple of bruises here if he can be there at the end of the innings for his team.
Rockacholi comes down offering some sort of advice.
Bit of moral support, I reckon,
yeah.
Pete.
Meredith knows that he's got this and maybe one more over to get it right. Yeah. But this is the last ball of his 21st over, 3 for 41.
I've been impressed, Peter, with Riley Meredith. I thought his spell yesterday was outstanding.
And Haskett plays confidently. Into the offside, no run, 9 for 254. 5 to win, 4 for a tie. Here's Jackson Bird. Western Australia need 5 to win. Corey Rocchiccioli, 22 of 54 balls. From the number 10. He came to the wicket when the score was 8 for 200. He's got them within sight of victory. There's work to do yet. He's been good through the onside and they take a single. So Haskett will have to deal with Jackson Bird with 5 balls left in the over. I wonder what Bird's thinking. What would he be playing in his own mind? What's his absolute go-to in a situation like this to get a wicket that his team desperately needs?
I think you've got to stick with your bread and butter. I think you've got to back yourself to hit a good length, encourage Haskett to play, and hope there's a little bit of movement in the air or off the wicket. It's not a time to get too fancy, although the temptation is as a bowler to bowl that miraculous wicket-taking ball. But I think with Jackson Bird's experience, he'll stick with what he knows best.
4 to win. Haskett faces Bird. Oh, there's an appeal. Graham-Smith gives it. Tasmania's won. Michael Graham-Smith. Judges Liam Haskett. LBW, look at the jubilation amidst the Tigers camp. A famous win for Tasmania. Liam Haskett is motionless. He's holding his stance. He can't believe it. He can hold his head high. Mark Devon, how do you read that?
Oh, the classic Yorker to the tail ender. Oh, right on the money. And umpire Mike Graham-Smith had no choice but to give that out.
Tasmania has won the game by 4 runs. 2 LBWs with the last 2 wickets to fall. They were the first 2 LBWs of the game. You could barely sit down and write a script that was more engaging and entertaining than that 4 days of cricket.
Unbelievable. We thought there was going to be a twist, and that's exactly what we got. The Western Australians will be bitterly disappointed, but they had their opportunity.
That was so close. Did Rocchiccioli get it wrong by giving Haskett the 5 balls? I guess he'll be asking himself that question. We'll never know. We'll never know. But Tasmania held its nerve late, and their 2 go-to quicks got the job done.
It's going to be a famous victory. They never gave in. They never gave up. Captain Jordan Silk, it was evident that he was consistently trying changes in his bowling attack, changes in his field. Well played to both teams.
There's the batting card, Mark. Brave effort by WA. I thought they were going to get over the line, but it wasn't to be. Maybe the tail enders were asked just to do a little bit too much.
Yeah, look, in any good run chase, I think you need one of your top order. It's got to see it through, and there was lots of opportunities there for the Western Australians. We had Fanning, we had Hardy, and then Curtis there to the end. It's amazing. As great a job as they did, couldn't quite get the job done.
So here's the batting of Joel Curtis, Mark.
Yeah, a good combination of, resilience, strong in defence, a little bit of luck there, but yeah, just been able to really rotate that strike and put WA within reaching distance, which he did, but just couldn't finish the job.
The Tasmanian bowling. What can you say about the performance of the Tasmanian bowling attack in this innings and in this game?
Look, the bowlers, they just toiled away, didn't they? They had their moments where they lost their line a little bit, but they just kept toiling away. I thought, again, Riley Meredith, his spell yesterday, and again today, got the breakthrough. He won't have the stats of some of the other bowlers, but geez, he was big in the key moments.
Here's the wickets to fall this morning. It was so dramatic. WA were on their way. This is the innings overall, Mark.
Yeah, Cartwright a bit stiff there down leg side. Great catch from Jordan Silk. Cartwright, again, to hope that's twice in the game. And a really sharp chance there to Tim Ward. Great catch. And that was a key moment. Jordan Silk's catch against Aaron Hardy. A couple of quick wickets there. We saw Gannon and Kelly get bowled. And the biggest moment this morning, Joel Curtis, LBW, that ball keeping low. And finally, Liam Haskett adjudged LBW plumb in front to Jackson Bird. What a game.
Yeah, so just quickly on the match scores. Tasmania was sent in back on Wednesday morning. It was bowled out for 171. Western Australia replied with 172. Tasmania then made a score of 259. Western Australia was bowled out for 255, and that all adds up to a winning margin of 3 runs for Tasmania. Just before we leave, Mark, just a few closing thoughts on a wonderful game of cricket from 2 evenly matched teams in a game that was played in really good spirit over the course of the 4 days.
It was a superb contest and a game that just kept the viewers watching the whole time. We saw, from day one, the ball was moving around quite a bit and batters making a start but not being able to get on with it. Or go on with it, sorry. And the bowlers just toiled away, and as the conditions changed, we saw good periods of batting, and then the bowlers always found a way to get back in the game.
The player of the match is Jake Weatherald, and I think the winner, to use that cliche, was cricket and Sheffield Shield cricket. But as we say goodbye from Ninja Stadium, thanks to all the team, Jenny Wallace and Jack Levitt back at Cricket Australia HQ. And that's been great. All the team here, Sam Ebert, Pirate and all the team, Mark Diven, David Lithgow, Mac Wright, Rick Finlay, everyone involved. It's been a wonderful 4 days. We hope you've enjoyed watching. Tasmania goes to Melbourne for its next Shield game, and that'll be worth watching for sure, as will all the matches in the Sheffield Shield. You keep watching Shield cricket on Fox. The game between South Australia and Queensland should be a ripper as well. But Tasmania has won by 3 runs. Peter Newlands on behalf of all the team here saying goodbye. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday.
In this morning session, Carey moves along to 41 from 80. So many different scenarios that can happen today, even as the day wears on. If Queensland are given a task of having to chase runs in the final session, it can set up to be an exciting conclusion. Lead's already out to 75 now.
Yeah, their objective this morning will be minimise damage with the new ball, take what's on offer, make sure that they're making it as hard for Queensland as possible to win this game.
Edged through the cordon. It's a long boundary down there. The ball's just going to win the race. Just kisses the rope and bounces over. It was a risky shot from Liam Scott. He was playing away from his body, Jakesy, but was able to kind of divert that through the gap down to third man for 4.
Yeah, moral victory for Michael Neser. He won't mind that. That could have easily have gone to hand. But handy runs all the same for Liam Scott and South Australia. In the back of South Australia's mind is they know that Lloyd Pope has got a good record against Queensland as well.
That's better from Scott. Works it off the face of the bat. Into the gap, retains the strike. Good over for South Australia, 8 from it. 250s up as well. 5 for 250. This pair came together at 5 for 204, so knocking on the door of a 50-run partnership.
Got a handball, what a security guard.
Yeah, he's
keeping himself occupied.
Multifaceted. Some people doing the Adelaide Oval Tour. Got a pretty decent view of the action here this morning.
The climbers with a death wish.
I wouldn't be doing that for fun.
No, thank you.
More runs for Scott as he works this out through square leg. When you do look at the South Australian batting card, Jakes, there's been no issue with players getting in. Everyone's made a start. Even Lehman. Lehman was 12 from 20 before he was run out by Wegman last night. But McInerney 46 from 90, Hunt 36 from 86, McSweeney 26 of 97, Sanger 55 of 116, and even this pair, Scott 28 off 45, Carey 41 from 80. No one's really missed out.
No, well, that's one way to look at it. No one's converted either.
No.
You know, it was a little bit the same in the first innings.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah.
And Liam Scott got 44, Jason Sanger 51, Connor McInerney 60. You'd love one of those guys or two of those guys to make a big 100.
Oh, an inside edge onto the pad there by Carey. And I think it kind of comes back to what Johan Bolter said in pre-season, that something that's really developed over the last couple of years, that he's been there as Queensland ability to fight and stay in games and not drop their heads when the opposition are 2 for 130 or 3 for 170 or 80, and kind of stick in there and be able to get wickets even when you're not perhaps playing at your best.
Yeah, and that's the key, isn't it? It's being resilient, sticking in there and being patient and knowing that if you do your right processes that you get the rewards.
And I think what you were saying yesterday, Jakes, you're not trying to change things too much, because I think in Shield cricket, where you can be toiling for 2.5 hours and not see any rewards, some teams might try and change plans and try and do things differently, but Queensland are pretty good at kind of sticking to what they know.
Yeah, it's being disciplined and playing your strengths and doing those basic things for longer and doing them well for longer. That's 4-day cricket. It's about whoever blinks first. It's who's the most patient, the batting side or the bowling side, and then the subtle changes of plan. It might be a slight change of angle on the crease, or it might be just put an extra catcher in front of their eye line just to make them think a little bit more. And you know, you might change your pace once every 3 or 4 overs. It's not that you're trying at every ball and trying to get a wicket every ball. You're being disciplined, you're hanging in there, you're building pressure on the scoreboard, making it as hard as possible for them to score, and messing with them mentally.
Jack Wildermuth down there, a shot of him in the Queensland dugout. He certainly won't be taking part today. Well timed by Carey, but straight to Swepson in the covers. It's probably something South Australia struggled with in the first innings here, but also in their first round game against Victoria as well. Good first innings total, and let themselves down with some lapses in judgment in the second innings, and could probably make the argument that's happened in both innings here for them. But they've still got a chance to kind of right the ship, a lead of 81, 5 wickets in hand. And Carey in behind this one. He's the key for mine. I don't think he's played as convincing as we've seen, but he's 41 not out. He's still there, and he has the ability to obviously score quickly, but spend a fair bit of time out there and maybe not take the game away from Queensland, but yeah, score runs and give South Australia a bit more of an advantage.
Yeah, definitely. He's the experienced head in the team, isn't he now? And the best batsman left, for sure. Both of these guys can score at a good rate once they're in, but they've just got to do the team thing first and foremost, making sure that they're not taking undue risks against the moving ball, and get themselves right in. Let that ball get a little bit softer, but keep being positive, keep that intent, and then you just never know.
They've started pretty well here, almost 20 minutes through this first session. And again, clipped away nicely by Liam Scott. He's moved along to 30 off only 47 balls. There was that bit of a loose shot in the last over that went through the gully region down for 4, but it's been fairly measured in his approach so far. Pretty handy player to have coming in at number 7 as well. highest first-class score of 94, averages in the high 20s.
He's a good cricketer. Scott bats well, bowls well. It's important that Queensland don't go chasing the game too much as well. Try and bowl too many miracle balls. They do need 5 wickets, but they've got to recognise what the method is to get those 5.
Off the back foot and punching. Firmly to deep cover.
Just don't want to lose control of the scoreboard and then all of a sudden find yourself, in a threat of having to bat for 60 overs and save a game. You want to still have that win option if they get to that point. Don't want to be having to get 6 and over or something that can bring in South Australia back into the contest again.
Yeah, especially in a game where they've been ahead for most of it, haven't they? When you look back at Labuschagne's fine century.
Yeah, that's probably the difference in the two sides at the moment. Is Labuschagne's century and Hearn's century. South Australia, as we talked about earlier, they've had lots of starts, lots of opportunities to make those big hundreds, but haven't quite gone on with it. But what they have done is they've had contributions all the way down the list, which has still made their score competitive. But they would certainly like to have 1 or 2 guys that get in, take that responsibility and that ownership to make a big 100.
Lovely shot. That's beautiful from Liam Scott. We've seen him play some nice shots off his pads already this morning, but that's the pick of the bunch. Knees are again drifting onto leg stump, Phil, and that was clipped away beautifully. Good placement.
Yeah, just getting a little bit greedy, Michael Neeser. He's missed his lines twice now. And they're a freebie at this level. Nicely played though. Took full toll of it.
Partnership worth in excess of 50 now, 53. And it's a really good point you make, Jakesy, because you look back on the South Australian innings or both innings, their first and second, you've Connor McInerney making 60 and 46 and not able to push on to a ton, and Jason Sanger making 51 and 55. I remember many years ago the late David Hook saying that his goal was to score 100 runs in a match, but often he would look at a scorecard of a match that he'd played and be disappointed if he got to 50 or 60 and not pushed on to get a century. Especially when you're so well set at that stage of your innings.
Well, absolutely, and you know that there's going to be games when you're not going to make 100 in a match as well. I had a very similar mindset. I'd like to, you want to be consistent at getting in and making scores, but every time you got out for a start, it was like a fail. It was probably worse than a fail because it was actually your day. And if you get 40 and 40 and then you miss out twice, you're averaging 20. So you got to be mindful of the fact that there's going to be days where it's not going to be your day and the bowler's going to have your measure, or it might be seaming conditions and tough to bat and you do miss out, which can happen from time to time. So when it is your day and you've got good conditions, you want to make that bowling group pay and make sure you're getting a big score like Marnus Labuschagne did.
Straker around the wicket.
And that's just that's your personal goals as well, right? But you actually look at your team goals, and it very rarely do you have someone that makes 150 in a game and you lose. It really does set the game up for your team and help your team get to a winning score where you can drive from the front. You still need to make 20 wickets as well and catch those opportunities, but certainly helps when you've got runs on the board.
Oh, again. Looking to wildly hammer that through the offside and an inside edge. Second time it's happened this morning. They will feel confident here, Queensland. You kind of feel you're right in the battle with Carey. He'll play 3 or 4 convincing shots that'll be right into the middle, but then there'll be a shot like that he just tries to overhit.
He hasn't looked at his fluent best, has he? so far. There's Carey. Played a bit of a loose shot in the first innings. Caught a cover off the spinner, Sinfield. Trying to be a little bit over-aggressive.
Nice carry there for Straker. They've added 20 this morning, South Australia, in just 23 minutes. So I guess there has been a little bit of risk with Liam Scott driving and getting a thick outside edge through gully, and a couple of nervy type shots from Carey, but they've been able to weather the storm. And we spoke about getting through that first hour. Well, they're almost through the first half an hour here and taking that lead up to 88. So the start they needed, South Australia. Gets on the top of this and pulls this one hard. Now, just take the single. Guess, yeah, what they really didn't want was to lose 2 or 3 wickets in the this first half an hour, because that would have spelt defeat for them. A shot there of Scott getting up over the ball, hitting it into the ground.
Yeah, the longer they bat, it keeps all 3 results in play, doesn't it? Slowly moving things more in their favour, but they've got a long way to go, a lot of work to do. Things can happen quickly, as we saw in the first innings. South Australia were right on top after a great start. They lost some quick wickets in the middle order, and the game changed, so they'll be mindful of that, making sure they're not leaving it up to someone else. They're the ones that are in and set. They've got to take that responsibility for their team to get as many runs as they can. Do the job for South Australia.
Edged, and I think it's just bounced before Khawaja. That was a chance, and Carey again chancing his arm. As we mentioned, dropped last night by Tom Straker off the bowling of Swepson. He flashes at one there. So after we've seen him inside edge 2 onto his pads this morning. And yeah, inside half a metre, you feel, and it could have been gobbled up.
That, for me, highlights the fact that I just think Pearson's a little bit too deep. I think he was catching ball. He's catching ball shin high, knee high. He's the one that sets that depth, and that was a big, thick edge and a hard edge, and went really hard at it. That should really be carrying to the slips. It's a hard one because you've got to have the time, right? You've got to have the reflexes and the time to be able to react. But you'd rather be up and drop it than too far back and it not get there.
Yeah, especially on the 4th day, you probably know a fair bit about the pitch and the bounce and the carry and that kind of stuff.
It's only getting lower, right?
Yeah,
only getting slower.
Mitch Swepson into the attack. And even though they haven't got a wicket this morning, Queensland, they'll feel buoyed by the fact there's been more than a few half chances. It's a full-blooded drive and got to Khawaja on the half volley.
Just see how much turn and bounce he gets with this new ball. So it hits the rough a little bit. Harder ball, bigger seam, maybe a little bit more grip.
Yeah, mate, really nice spot there, Mitch. Really nice.
This will be a nice battle between Swepson and Scott. Scott faced him in the first innings on his way to 44.
Yes, mate, yes.
He's been super impressive, hasn't he, Mitch Swepson? All 4 days, barely bowled a bad ball. Any small misses if he has.
Pushing this one out into the covers to Labuschagne Maiden. 5 for 259.
He's a test quality spinner for mine. I'm surprised he hasn't been given more opportunities to play some more test cricket. I think, especially in Australia, there's a role, I think. I know that the Australian selectors like their finger spinners and the accuracy of those bring in the subcontinent. But in Australia, you want that ball to turn and bounce, and wrist spinners, as the late and great Shane Warne showed, so important. Just get that extra little bit of bounce and turn. I'm not saying let's go and replace Nathan Lyon. I'm saying to complement him when we need it. I would be going a wrist spinner rather than another finger spinner as the second spinner in Australia. But I don't know how close Mitch Swepson is to playing, but the way he's bowling at the moment, he could do a whole lot worse.
It's edge and taken. So Carey obviously hasn't learned from the 2 or 3 lives he's been given. Tom Straker, who's bent his back for so long over these previous 3 days, is finally rewarded. And that is a hammer blow to South Australia, flashing at a length ball outside the off stump, and Queensland are finally rewarded with their 6th wicket, Phil Jakes.
Yeah, Jimmy Pearson definitely came up a couple of steps. They had the helmet there at slip as well. So they learned the lesson from the last one, and that's a smart catch. That went quick. He's standing really close now, and that one almost taken behind him. But fantastic catch from Jimmy Pearson. He's a really good world-class clubman. That man Alex Carey, he stays over, has to go. That's a very key wicket for the Bulls. Losing the danger man, Alex Carey. It's a big drive. And that is a crucial wicket. He's out for 43.
Showed a lot of intent this morning, didn't he, Carey? Wanted to get a move on. He inside edged a couple onto his pads. He edged one an over ago, or 2 overs ago, which fell just short of Khawaja, and then he flashes at one there and gets a thin edge through to Jimmy Pearson. So he goes, and that puts a bit of trepidation into this South Australian second innings. 6 down, leading by only 89, so effectively 6 for 89 as it stands. And this partnership is really key. This could be one of the few roadblocks left for South Australia to deny Queensland here in this first session. And good rewards for Tom Straker. He's tried hard. He's had to bowl a little bit more in this innings with no Jack Wildermuth. Picks up his first for the match. Into McKendry he comes. It's a good ball. Always gets your tail up when you get a wicket as a bowler, Jakesy.
Absolutely.
Get a few yards of extra pace, and
I know when I got wickets, I got faster.
that was a long time ago, wasn't it?
Not very often either. It was a good catch, wasn't it, though?
Yeah, he's
behind him, and he's almost like, oh, really don't want to be that close, but certainly better off up there and making sure you can catch that ball.
Yeah, he's an expert glovesman, isn't he? Jimmy Pearson, we've seen him score obviously a lot of runs for Queensland, but he's scored a heap of runs for Australia A. It's just a shame that he hasn't got those opportunities at the next level because of the man he just caught out, Alex Carey, and Josh Inglis now probably firmed in that number 2 keeper role, at least in the long form. But he's been a wonderful servant to the Queensland Bulls. And that's a really vital catch at this stage of the game. Short ball that just... McAndrew, like Adam Sandler in Happy Gilmore, where he's standing in the batting cage, just happy to let it just thud into his chest. He's got a bit of a barrel chest, McAndrew, so that didn't seem to bother him. Not going to rub it. He might get a fine if he does.
Straight in the batting cage there, wasn't he? 365 days next cricket season. Probably lucky he's been doing his fair share of bench, I reckon, over the off-season.
Oh,
Big
yeah.
Andrew.
Yeah, you're telling me.
Man. Didn't even flinch. Hard as nails. Just followed him a little bit, didn't it? Came back a fraction for the wicket.
Probably better there than hitting you right in the shoulder joint.
Muscles. You just don't want the nervy bits and all the muscly bits. Muscly bits linger for a while. Or on the nervy bits of the elbow. They do hurt. Not too bad on the chest, as long as it stays out of the ribs.
Yeah, well, he's lucky it didn't bounce up any further because there was not a whole lot of protection there. He wouldn't want it to travel up towards that Adams apple. I think Jack Clayton got one in that region yesterday, batting at bat pad. Punched off the back foot. So McAndrew off the mark, and he's going to be off the mark with a boundary. That's a really classy shot. End of the over 6 for 263. I'm going to make way, and Robin Chipperfield's going to come in to take you through this next passage of play here at Adelaide Oval.
Lovely way for McAndrew to get off the mark. Jake, good morning.
Morning, Chippers. Yeah, it was a lovely shot, wasn't it? He's a very accomplished lower order batter, Nathan McAndrew. Very good contributions indeed. You get the feeling that at some stage he's going to make a big 100 somewhere too. Like, he's capable of doing that.
It'll be tough going against Swepson, particularly early on in innings. Not sure Liam Scott, more so last night than this morning so far, was overly comfortable against Swepson.
Yeah, no, this is the matchup, isn't it? Great time by Pearson.
The lead is 93. Got to be out. Oh, shake of the head from the umpire.
Oh,
Unless it was
that
bat
wrong.
first.
I think he's got that wrong. That was pad first. He Swepson can't believe it.
Let's have a look on the replay. It just felt out at the time. I'm not seeing much to dissuade me from my original view.
No, I think he's got that wrong. It was very close. The timing was almost simultaneous, but it certainly looked like pad first. Mid Swepson thought he had his man, couldn't believe it. He's done well to hold it together. He'll be very disappointed with that one.
Go, Gustav.
Get through for a single.
You could see the frustration.
Yeah, especially as it's obviously a player with a googly that comes back in.
Come on, Swep.
Yeah, that's out.
Yeah, I think just from the body language, I think Scott knew it as well. It doesn't take away from the fact it was a superb piece of bowling. If he has got it wrong. They haven't got many wrong in this match, in fairness.
No, they've been good. And they're tough ones, those ones, when there's bat and pad involved. And it's not too much in it. Look at the beauty of the TV screen from our comm box. But yeah, out in the middle, it all happens pretty quick. I think he just got that one slightly wrong, but Queensland will have to dust themselves off, move on, keep creating chances.
His fan club's back in. Come back for a second day.
I thought it might have been the start of a stag do, but
yeah,
they just pitched a tent at final leg, and we're going to be here all 4 days, boys. And why wouldn't you? Mitch Swepson bowling like this. He's bowling beautifully. He could have 6 or 7 already. 3 drop catches yesterday. LBW looked pretty good in that last over. Still only has 3 wickets to his name, unfortunately.
A striker to continue to Scott.
So good with the new ball, hasn't he, Tom Straker?
Yeah.
Just enough movement off the seam. He's pitched it up a little bit more too. He was a little bit short yesterday, I thought, at times. Be a bit more prepared to be driven today.
Yeah, got his reward, didn't he, with the dismissal of Carey. For 43. And I heard you and Jack chatting about the fact that the South Australia top order has all got starts, but only 150. So scores are 46, 36, 26, 55, 43 and 12 for the top 6.
It's what could have been, isn't it? When you look at that scorecard. Also shows, though, you make a mistake, it can cost you a wicket.
Yeah. I think when you see scores like that, you think it kind of reaffirms that it's a good pitch. Do you know what I mean? That everybody's got.
Everyone's in the game.
Is in the game, yeah.
There's enough happening. There's enough turn, or there's enough movement at certain stages to make something happen. Have felt at times like it's been a bit flat, but it's definitely it's been the odd ball still doing stuff.
And the leg side from Liam Scott. Jack Sinfield gathers well.
Mike Anise showed yesterday, didn't he, with the ball that removed Sanger, that even with an old ball, there was still the odd one would still move.
Yeah.
Not much had happened for nearly 2 hours leading into that, and then all of a sudden it just moves out of nowhere. So I think certainly shows that it's a good cricket wicket.
Played on. Scott falls for 38. He can barely believe his luck. But Straker gets a second of the morning. He got rid of Carey, and now he's got rid of Liam Scott. And the 2 set batters for South Australia are out.
And the disappointment on Liam Scott's face just shows for the whole world to see. Desperately disappointed to be out after getting a start. Just tried to fetch it from a little bit too wide and high. Hard to control it when it's that wide and that high. And all he succeeded to do was to drag it onto his stumps. Just didn't quite come out of the wicket, did it? It was just a little bit slower off the pitch. And that's cost Liam Scott his wicket. South Australia, after starting really brightly, lost 2 wickets in quick succession. Scott and Carey both going this morning. And Scott has to go for 38.
And the lead is still below 100. It's 96 as Wes Agar strides to the wicket. And Queensland will sense an opportunity here, particularly with the leg spinner bowling well against, well, not quite a tail, with fairness to McAndrew and Agar, but there's certainly an end open for, well, for Straker, but also for Swepson. Now, I'm going to stick with the original plan that it's a Bucks party. It's a stag weekend incoming.
I think that's a good shout. Well, they've got some very interesting fashion sense in Adelaide. You do wander down Hindley Street and you see some sights at times, don't you?
I have to say they look less up and about today than they were yesterday. Might have had a heavy night. That's the end of a wicket taking over for Tom Straker. I feel much better about life. Couple of wickets this morning. Carey for 43 and Liam Scott, as you see, playing on for 38. Phil Jakes has stepped out rather. Hannah Darlington has stepped in. HD, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, coming in after an interesting start to the morning. Been watching from afar, but yeah, Straker probably not the one you would have guessed to continue on with a new ball out of himself and Nessa, but yeah, he's taken the 2 wickets and done the job for his team.
Yeah, certainly has. 2 in the opening 40 minutes. All eyes might have been on that man, Mitch Swepson, and potentially Michael Neser at the start of the day, but it is Straker that has taken the wickets. Huge credit to him. Here's Swepson continuing though.
Wow!
And that LBW decision in the previous over doesn't turn out to be too costly against Scott. Swepson thought he had his man. Swung away, out on the leg side. Not too far away from the boundary rider, but far enough away.
Could hear the cries of catch it, and McAndrew's going for that slog sweep there, even with that fielder out a deep backward square, and you can see here he's gone aerial and it's just evaded that fielder and bounced one time and over the rope.
Not far away. Hearn's a good fielder as well.
Come on, Swep.
The lead 100 for
Come on, Sweppy.
South Australia. I don't think Swepson will mind if McAndrew's going to play some shots.
Oh, ball, mate. Ball. Lovely ball.
Feels as though attacking is probably the better mindset, and instead of trying to defend Swepson here, he's going to probably end up taking wickets at this back end, but runs are going to be crucial at this time.
Yeah, if they can eke out another, what, 75, 80 out of these last 3 wickets, give them something to bowl at.
Off the ODI.
And then there'd be a bit of time pressure as well on Queensland. This could be a fantastic finish to the day. Oh, well bowled by Swepson.
Beautiful.
Andrew plays it well in the end.
Yeah, if you can keep those ones out and try and attack it, any other possibilities, I feel like they'll have a time in the day where they would have said, once we get to this time, we're going to assess, and if we've got the lead we want, we're going to have a crack and bowl, and if we're not, we're going to bat for as long as possible.
Skids to a bit as well from Swepson. Another good over from the leg spinner. And McAndrew and Agar in at the moment. Pope and Buckingham to come. So with all due respect, it's kind of down to these two to a large extent. There's that boundary from McAndrew. Hearn out at deep square. And Straker to continue, why not? 2 wickets so far for him.
Sounded good off the bat from Wes Agar, straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. Yeah, these two would have had a mindset that they wanted to play with today, and they'll still look to put away the bad balls, but yeah, it does have to come majority off the bat of these two, the rest of the runs this morning.
Still looks a good pitch, doesn't it? It's not doing too much, really.
Yeah, a couple of kept low, but
yeah,
otherwise it still seems like a good wicket.
Agar into the onside, but Swepson continues to be in the game.
Could even see Straker there just recognising with that short ball a little poppy and maybe not as much speed off the wicket. So it's definitely tired. It's day 4 of the Shield match, and saying that he's got the wicket with that bouncer against Liam Scott, so maybe that lack of pace actually did help him. But you can see there just sort of popping off the wicket, and Agar early through his shot.
It's a very similar delivery, wasn't it, to the one that got the wicket of Scott. Fielding pretty close. Lovelet slip under the helmet. There's a gully point. Cover and mid-off.
Yeah, we've seen Usman Khawaja majority of the time in at that slip position, so I wonder if as soon as the helmet was run out, he was opting for cover where he stands now instead.
I'm not wearing a helmet, he says. There he is.
Much nicer position than close to the bat with the helmet on, and he's got Marnus Labuschagne on his right shoulder to back him up. But yeah, it'd be a difficult position to find yourself in there if you haven't done it too often, and even just the awareness when you've got a helmet on instead to be in there. But at cover, you just stand and react a little bit more time, so not quite cleanly that one though.
The lead remains at 100. Queensland looking to finish this innings certainly before lunch.
Yeah, it's still gotten through nicely. And Wes Agar's not a short man. He's quite tall, the fast bowler.
Thunder teammate of yours?
Both batters, actually. Both in the
Yes.
the lime green when it gets to Big Bash season and you see them come around.
Maiden over again for Straker. The ground tour is continuing.
That's what you want, wouldn't it be? That get your ground tour on a day there's a bit of cricket on, so
Yeah,
you can get a little bit of a bonus.
Oh! Nice ball, mate. Nice ball.
I remember when we used to train at the SCG and they'd bring people around for tours, and as I was a kid, you know, in the under-15s pathway or whatnot, you'd be in the nets and everyone would be like, who are they? And all the people would be like, oh, that's just the kids. Like, no one important. We'll keep going through the nets.
Little did they know, HD. Down the pitch comes McAndrew. Not got much distance on this, and it's well judged. Superbly judged by the substitute fielder, Wigan, who takes a beauty, and Swepson has a fourth.
Celebrating hard, as he rightly should. That is an excellent catch from Hugh Wyburn. Mitchell Swepson once again in the wickets and nicely flighted that delivery, and you can see McAndrew's eyes lit up as he came down the wicket and wanted to take that one on, but straight up it went, and Hugh Wyburn makes his way around and holds that catch and quite comfortably in the end and looked in complete control, and another wicket for Queensland.
That's a really difficult catch. And even as a substitute, you can have an impact on a game. No Jack Wildermuth on the field, so Wygan's there.
It's the blueprint of what you want from your sub fielder. Their job is to come on maybe in little doses and bring some energy, but he's created now 2 game-changing plays earlier on. Yesterday with the run out of Lehman, now the catch of McAndrew. It's a huge tick in the books of Hugh Wyburn and the role he's been able to play in his Queensland side for this Shield match.
So Lloyd Pope comes in at 10, and South Australia have gone from 5 for 259 to 8 for 270. Leg spinner to leg spinner. And 4 balls left in the over.
How many balls you got now? I got 4 balls. 4 balls, sounds right. You get here.
Pope keeps him out. Has Pope got an advantage here, do you think? Being a fellow leg spinner.
Yeah, as long as he still watches the ball from the hand, I think he'd be able to pick it. But slightly, yeah.
Oh!
It's the advantage, but then the execution of skill at the same time.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, I suppose it's all very well knowing what is coming. You've still got to be able to deal with it.
Yeah, the amount of times you hear a batter in the net say, I picked the wrong and I still missed it, and things like that. But yeah, I don't know if Mitch Swepson will feel as though Pope's got the advantage or if he's got the complete advantage over here. But you can see some changes in the field here, and deciding to do this 2 balls into the over, 2 balls left in the over, sorry, and you can see that leg slip. A silly point and a short leg.
Nice spin, bud. Nice spin.
Would you say that's a silly point or a silly cover?
Yeah, it's quite straight, isn't it?
Yeah, right in the eye line.
Maybe sit him it off. Good bowling from Swepson. It's been a treat to watch over these 4 days. And 3 wickets so far inside the opening hour. He's just what Queensland wanted. Still work to do for Swepson and others. Here's the dismissal of McAndrew again.
Made some serious ground to get around to that catch, and you know, the weather's beautiful here in Adelaide, as you can see those blue skies, so definitely not a difficult catch as we see that scorecard for South Australia, and Wes Agar and Lloyd Pope at the crease bucking him to come, but sort of little contributions and starts amongst this innings, and the notable one of Jason Sanger raising the bat after 55, but the bowling of Queensland has been good so far, and being able to take wickets pretty consistently and stop any partnerships forming. Obviously Swepson the star with 4 wickets and Straker the 2 this morning, and they've still got plenty of overs in them to be able to take these last 2 wickets, but for Queensland's sake they'll be hoping it comes quite soon.
Straker to Agar. Agar calls through for 1. Not sure that Queensland will mind that too much.
This is sort of the point of the game as well, where Queensland, the batters think about potentially batting, but they've got to be careful to make sure that they take these 2 wickets as quickly as possible and don't let that mindset lapse too quickly into what holds for them the rest of the day.
Yeah, there's a big difference, isn't there, between chasing 100 and chasing 160 or something. They've just got to keep doing what they've been doing so far today. Queensland. A long time left in the day. 104 overs due to be bowled today. So they've got plenty of time to play with.
And you flip that mindset as well and you go, if we were chasing a 130 in a 50 over match, you'd feel quite at ease. So
Struck him on the helmet. Ducked into a bit, Pope. Says he's okay. But he'll get a bit of treatment here.
Pointing at the back of his helmet there.
Yeah, I think everybody can see the dent in the helmet, or the mark anyway. Ouch. Quite rightly, he's going to take a bit of time. Let's have a look at that at real speed. Thumped into the helmet.
Yeah, just taking his eyes off the ball there, which means it hit him in the back of the helmet where the protection is as well, which is lucky for Lloyd Pope. Probably going to opt for a new helmet here, but he'll be asked the routine questions of understanding if this knock has made any impact, as you see the umpire also checking in there.
What sort of questions do they ask?
What day it is, what the date is, what you think the rough time could be, which is always tricky, and especially when in the middle of the match. But even in what day it is a bit tricky when you're in a 4-day game. And then you get the, is there any sensitivity to light right now? Do you feel a headache? Do you feel any sort of pressure? And then if any of those sort of flag, there might be a few movement tests. But I think at that point, if there's any flags, you'll be taken off to do those tests in the shed and reassessed.
Just waiting on a new helmet for Lloyd Pope.
Yeah, every team travels with a kit bag of pretty much 3 or 4 spare helmets. For scenarios like this, you'll have one of each size, and then you'll have a keeping helmet as well for scenarios like this where they need to replace the helmet. But it's actually so individual, the way your helmet, there's different padding in there. There's, as you can see, the stem guards are mandatory in Australian cricket, so they've got to find another set of those to put onto the helmet. And as you can see, that helmet that Connor McInerney's holding there currently doesn't have stem guards, and probably waiting to get a set, or you can take the old set off the helmet. But there's a lot that goes into it, so as soon as you put that new helmet on, it doesn't quite feel the same as your old one.
I do think it's good it takes a bit of time. There's no pressure on the batter to get going again. Give them as much time as he needs.
Yeah, not something you want to rush in any sense.
So the new helmet is there. Does it fit? It doesn't look a great fit, I've got to be honest. he's having a helmet fitted. This is Straker this morning, who hit McAndrew earlier. Nasty blow in the chest. And then the ball that got the helmet of Pope.
Yeah, he's used it effectively this morning, Tom Straker, and obviously got the wicket of Liam Scott, but using this new ball to his effect to intimidate, but also restrict and take wickets.
Well, Pope has got the helmet on. There he is, looks good to go. Now, this will be a mental test for him as much as anything, I think, against the pace of Straker. Will Straker be tempted by the shorter ball, or will it be the double bluff?
It's always the question, what comes after the bouncer, even regardless if it's made contact with the batter.
I'll go full and straight. Let's see how those feet are moving. Line and length, well played by Pope. You see short legs quite deep there. Cut away. Lifted it away down to backward point for 4. Nicely dealt with by Lloyd Pope. Just a little bit of width. And happy to tuck into it.
Yeah, didn't back away there either, Lloyd Pope, and was able to hold his line. And as you can see here, something I haven't seen from many quicks before in their run-up, the little flick of the ball up and then adjust the ball in his hand during his run-up. But it feels like often bowlers are very meticulous in how they want the ball in their hand as soon as they start their run-up. But, yeah, he sort of flicks it up, as you can see there, and gets underway.
Spot. Hitting this one away, Pope as well. Big gap through the covers. And he'll pick up 2 4s to end the over. Yeah, that's interesting from Straker, because normally their bowlers would place it right in their fingers, wouldn't they, before they set off. I'm going to leave you, Hannah, with Jack Clifton.
Yeah, that point you mentioned as we have a change in the comms box, it's something definitely as a fast bowler you like the way it fits in your hand, and Lloyd Pope is winning the mental battle here after getting a knock to the helmet. He's put away 2 boundaries and almost looks more comfortable, and like the knock has sort of brought him into the battle in a way.
Yeah, you're right, Hannah. It was a couple of really nice shots there to finish the over, and all really valuable runs at this stage of the innings for South Australia. They want to try and scrap together something to give their bowlers to bowl at. At the moment, the lead 109. If they can creep that anywhere towards 150, might be the difference between a win and a loss for them. Mitch Swepson continuing. He's got 4 for 92. And this is going to be a real challenge for both Wes Agar and Lloyd Pope. He's had the ball in a string yesterday and even this morning, Swepson. He's got 8 wickets for the match, 10 on the season.
Come on, Swep.
Love to get this 5th wicket and try and clean up this South Australian tail. And Agar has gone down, lofted that beautifully. 1 bounce over the rope for 4. The umpire just conferring to see whether it was a 4 or a 6. Fairly certain it bounced inside the field of play. Regardless, it's a great shot by Wes Agar.
Yeah, this was probably going to be the indication of how they took on this over of Swepson to how they were going to want to play the rest of this innings. And Wes Agar and Lloyd Pope, as we see that ball's actually cleared the rope, So an extra 2 runs, 6 runs added to the total. And Yeah, they're taking on the game. Straker was aware.
Yeah, he saw it.
And
Yeah, that was a great shot from Agar. Just planted that big size 14 boot down the pitch and just swung through the line. What will Swepson's reply be?
my reply is, how do you know everyone's... Have you got a spreadsheet of everyone's foot size?
Yeah, that's right. It's my that's my spidey senses. It's my superpower. Again, a real lack of bounce there. Didn't really get up outside the off stump.
Yeah, it feels as though the danger's going to be the one they go back to and sort of slides through and stays a little bit lower. But Swepson's still opting to toss the ball up on occasion and see if he can entice the batter like he got the wicket of Mick Andrews. So, yeah, it's a handy little battle going on here. But Queensland are going to want these 2 wickets as soon as possible and for little runs.
Slim it off and bat pad in place, as well as Khawaja at slip. So plenty of players around the bat. Wonder if they just kind of have shown us their cards a little bit here, South Australia, if they look to be a bit more aggressive. There's now a punch out through the covers. End of the over. 4 for 99 for Swepson off 38, 8 for 286. South Australia get through another over. Pope and Agar are both there on 8 unbeaten, and you can see on that graphic earlier a thrilling win by Tasmania down at the Bellerive Oval against Western Australia. Jake Weatherald, player of the match in that fixture, scored 18 in the first innings, 94 off 99 balls in the second. Wonder if that's enough to kind of put him in the frame for a test selection potentially.
Yeah, definitely continuing to stay in the conversation, Jake Weatherald, and it's probably that brand of cricket he plays as well, where they've seen someone like Travis Head so successful on the world stage, and Jake Weatherald is definitely making imprints into what is looking like another successful summer of runs.
Yeah, scored over 900 runs last season for Tasmania in the Sheffield Shield. So he's starting off in a similar vein with some valuable runs there. Changing the bowling, Michael Neeser into the attack. It's well pulled away hard by Agar out into the deep. Swepson does the fielding and South Australia add 1 more to the total. So just Jordan Buckingham, the last man left in the dressing sheds at the moment for South Australia. This partnership I don't think it's reached the frustration part yet, but it's probably a little bit niggly for Queensland. Agar hit a 6 in the last over, and the over before that we saw Pope hit back-to-back boundaries. So they're scoring some valuable runs here.
Yeah, I think it's the fact that they're going for boundaries is probably the niggly part of that. If it was, these two just occupying the crease and maybe looking a little bit uncomfortable, they'd be okay and hoping to take those wickets. But the runs that are coming with it are the niggly part. And I guess the positive sign for Queensland is the fact that if they're attacking it, it brings them into the game for chances, and they've just got to be in the right mindset to take them.
Slow ball. Well played there by Pope. So able to pick that one out from Neeser. Pope finished with 5 not out in the first innings, whereas Agar was dismissed by Neeser for 13. I feel like they've just missed a little bit here, South Australia. Even in the second innings, felt they would have left runs out in the middle in the first innings, all out for 228, and even in this innings, a lot of starts, as you can see, through the batting card. Squeezed out down the ground by Pope.
I like the use of the slow ball here from Michael Neeser. I think when you're bowling against batters that are maybe going at one pace, the use of that slow ball is able to, one, not only change their swing speed and hopefully bring an opportunity, but also just keep them in mind and keep them aware that change-ups could come.
getting behind these pretty well. The number 10 has a highest first-class score of 17 and averages 7.6, so it's already above his average for this innings, and just hoping to stick around here with Agar and build a partnership. Lead up to 117. Just a few little slight adjustments here. There's no slip in place. You can see from that shot there that there's no fielders kind of within the ring, so to speak, if it was a white ball game. All out towards the boundary. Short ball by Neeser there. Hope jumping around. End of the over, 8 for 287. Lead 117 for South Australia. They resumed in this morning's session at 5 for 238. So I've added 49 runs for the loss of 3 wickets. But it can get a little bit frustrating, you know, well and truly what that's like, Hannah, when you're bowling to the tail enders and you just want to kind of get rid of them, especially Queensland anxious just to, yeah, kind of get out there and bat and knock over these required runs. But South Australia just making them wait a little bit here.
Yeah, it is a frustrating thing as a bowler where you feel like you've got to bowl a few different options and try different things to get the tail out when it doesn't happen too easily. But the main thing here is that they don't try too much. It's still a chance to build pressure.
Yeah, they don't want it to try different things and it really get away at an extra 20 or 30 runs, kind of get added to the total, hey?
Yeah, it's that idea of your best ball against anyone and being able to bowl that as many times as possible.
Plenty of flight there. Sweeps hard. Agar out to Clayton, or Sinfield, sorry, on the mid-wicket boundary. It's fairly untroubled, this pair. Obviously, Pope took that nasty hit to the helmet 3 or 4 overs ago, but where's Agar at the other end is look very assured in playing his shots. Fancy Agar likes facing the spin bowling of Swepson.
Quicker one from Swepson. You can even hear in his follow through that he's put some decent effort into that one, but yeah, trying to sneak through the defences of Pope.
Back and defending. He's doing a good job here, Lloyd Pope. Playing with soft hands. Not easy when you've got a few players around the bat. Lovell at bat pad. Clayton still in mid-off.
Yeah, some changes of pace. You can see the last 2 deliveries a bit flatter, a bit quicker, and this one tossed up. Sort of enticing outside that off stump. Really looking to take these last 2 wickets.
Still 2 balls left in the over here for Swepson. Oh, and again, hitting that spot outside the off stump, and yeah, maybe knee height, but it's the 3rd or 4th time we've seen this. So that is the over, and Drinks coming onto the field here with South Australia 8 wickets down. There's the tally of the tape so far. South Australia 8 for 288. Bit of a regard fight being shown by Agar and Pope at the moment after Tom Straker picked up the big wicket. Well, big wickets, I should say, but certainly the big wicket of Alex Carey, who already been given a few chances. Nice diving catch by Pearson. He's bent his back nicely, Tommy Straker, and he was awarded with a second one as well, Phil Jakes.
Yeah, he's been good, hasn't he? Taking his opportunity with the new ball, and he's done a really good job for Queensland, taking some vital wickets. None bigger than Carey's wicket. It's been a pretty good morning's work from Queensland's perspective. They'll be happy with their work so far. They're wanting to finish this off, though. Can get a bit niggly once you get up towards 200, so they'll be looking for a quick kill this morning. Hopefully this tail doesn't wag any more than it already has.
I often say that you can get a wicket after a drinks break. We'll see if that works in the favour here at Queensland. Nees has got the ball. Bowling to Agar, who's been happy to get on the front foot and just swing through the line so far. He's punching this one into the covers. It's well timed. They won't be able to take the single.
There's not a lot of footwork, is there, from Agar? He just sort of big swing of the bat and
yep,
get that full face coming through.
Yeah, he's got pretty long reach as well. It's a tall lad, so yeah, you're right, Jakesy. Not a whole lot of foot movement there.
When we say a whole lot, we mean none.
I was trying to be kind, but Jakesy's gone down the ruthless path. Gee, 6 hit down the ground though was.
He's a strong boy. He's got a good eye.
He's forward and pushing this one down to long on, not taking the single.
He just gets a bit up base and hits through the ball, doesn't he? Dangerous player in the second innings of games, especially when the ball's not doing a whole lot. Can score quite quickly. Some handy lower order runs.
Yeah, well, he made 13 in the first innings and kind of felt like he threw his wicket away. He was playing quite well and seeing the ball well. He's made his way to 10. This one clipped off the pad. Dribbling to backward a square leg for a leg bite. Just a bit of a lull here for Queensland, not the talk that we've heard a lot throughout the innings of South Australia. The field's spread a little bit now as well.
Just got to make sure they don't fall into a track of just waiting for something to happen. Need to keep that intent, keep that energy.
And again, ricochets off the pad. There's a little bit of mix-up and Pope really had to get on his bike. So make sure he got home there. They wouldn't want another run out. Jake Lehman, of course, run out yesterday evening. That was a little bit casual for the South Australian pair.
Jimmy Pearson almost threw his glove right in the line of the ball as well. It would have been 5 runs for South Australia. Sort of trying to get the glove off quickly to throw it. He's done well to intercept it and swoop before it hit that glove.
Yes, keepers are quick to getting those gloves off, aren't they?
Just be careful where he throws it.
South Australia would love a 5-run bonus right about now, Jakesy, I reckon.
Oh yeah, they take every run they can get. Right in front of it too, wasn't it?
Yeah, you didn't want to fumble that. It's been brisk this morning though. They resumed at 5 for 238. Batted 51 and have lost 3 wickets in around about an hour and a quarter of play. To be fair, the whole match, even though the pitch has been a bit placid at times, has moved along briskly. I guess the first 2 sessions of day 1 was where it was slow, but yeah, apart from that, session 3 on day 1, 120 runs and 6 wickets. That was a slow bounce. He had to wait an eternity for that one to arrive. Did Lloyd Pope.
There's a lot of chuckling going on out there too.
And then on day 2, 93 runs, 2 wickets, 135 runs, 1 wicket, and then 65 runs and 3 wickets. That was, of course, we had the bad light Some thunderstorms in the area reduced that. And yesterday, 137 runs, 4 wickets in session 1, 72 runs, 2 wickets session 2, and 108 runs and 3 wickets in the final session. So outside of a few sessions on day 1, there's been a real mixture of runs and wickets, and this session has been no exception. Mitch Swepson to continue, searching for another 5-wicket haul here. Into Wes Agar. I think Agar's just sweating on that one that's in the swinging arc that he can just swing the hands through.
Yeah, anything to step it, he'll have a crack.
All valuable runs for South Australia at this stage. Seeing he's like a cat. He's like a cat in a hot tin roof. He's just
setting him up here, Mitch Swepson. Too. I'd be surprised if he takes the pin out of one of these in a minute. Throws it right up. Higher and wider.
He sweeps this one out to the man out there. And it's beaten him. We'll wait on confirmation whether it landed over the rope or inside. No, it's gone over. So another 6 for Agar. His second of the innings, and he's moved along to 16 off just 21 balls. That one was thrown up with more flight and air, Jakesy.
It was just a little bit too straight. He almost got his man anyway.
It's a fine effort from Sinfield.
It would have been some catch, that.
And we wait for the ball to be collected. So all of a sudden the score up to 8 for 295, a lead of 125. Agar, along with the support of Hope, playing a really important hand here. This pair came together at 8 for 270, so it's a 25-run partnership so far. Bit of a thorn in the side of the Queenslanders.
Very handy runs.
Go, Swep.
It's this one hard to Labuschagne on the covers. Advances, and he really took the pace off that one. And again, there's a chuckle between batsman and bowler.
He saw him coming, didn't he?
He did.
Pulled his length back. Smart bowling. Pretty well played too. Could have easily have swung through that.
Oh, gets a little tickle on this one. Did well to get the bat on that. And Garris went deep into the crease. 7 from the over, 8 for 296. After 105 overs here at the Adelaide Oval. Had 19 overs this morning. 3 wickets have fallen, but more than 50 runs scored by South Australia. And this pair probably looking the most threatening out of all of the South Australian batters we've seen this morning. They've played some nice shots. There's some of Mitch Swepson's mates.
You've got a cat in the hat down there. The Geelong AFL team.
That's right. Always good to get on side with the security at the cricket, isn't it, Jakesy?
Absolutely. They've got to be your best friends. You're having a few beers. Refreshments.
Nisa and Agar. Good battle here between two fast bowlers. Agar's been one of the more impressive players for South Australia in this game. He got 5 wickets in the Queensland innings, 13 in the first innings for South Australia, 17 not out here. So doing a really important job, the South Australia number 9. Gee, if Queensland don't get their length right, he will take them to town. He's already hit 2 sixes. Whips this one away. There's a bit of late swing there for Nisa, hence the ooze from the Queensland field, but Agar chips it away for a single.
Yeah, they've got to find a way of keeping Lloyd Pope on strike. Maybe getting him on strike at the start of the next over as well. To Mitchell Swepson. You do get the feeling though if Swepson takes a little bit of pace off to Agar that a mistake might happen. He'll chance his arm. Going to see a catch up on the wicket on the leg side.
Yeah, that's Angus Lovell.
He's quite close to the bat there too. Normally a bit more stump high in that position, but he's a bit close up.
And Pope tries to put a bit of power behind this one. Slaps it into the covers.
It's kind of in there so he can attack the stumps a little bit more and take the pace off potentially. He feels like that change of pace might be the way forward. Less catches behind the wicket now. In fact, no catches behind the wicket. The wicket keeper of Pearson.
Yeah, he's done well, Lloyd Pope. I thought he might have struggled after copping that hit on the back of the helmet. Sometimes that can really rattle the confidence, especially of a lower order batter.
It's almost fired him up, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's almost kind of galvanised him. Yeah, immediately after that, he hit a couple of boundaries back to back. That's the only runs he's scored so far, but he's been pretty assured against the pace here of Michael Neser. Even with Swepson's been getting behind it. Oh, and he hits this one, skies it out towards deep square leg, gets on top of it enough to keep it down and gets the single, but that might just pique the interest of Queensland there.
Yeah, it was in the air for a while. Just didn't get enough of it to make it all the way out there. Just a bit more in front of square than where the deep fielder was.
Yeah, look.
Interesting signs.
Lockie Hearn out there thought he was in the fight for a little while before it bounced about 15 or so metres short of him. This ball spooned out there as well. There was half a chance, I think, for Lovely. He definitely got a hand to it. He leapt into the air so much that his cap came out of his pants. And a couple of singles to finish. But that might be the way forward for Queensland as they create a couple of half opportunities at the end of that 106th over, Jakesy.
Yeah, fourth chance down. That one, tough one. The other three were a bit more straightforward yesterday, but that was a tough one, but you'd still expect him to catch that one.
Seemed like he got both hands to it. Both hands certainly went up.
Definitely got two hands to it, I think, yeah. Pride themselves on their catching and be disappointed in that one didn't stick, but
it's funny though, isn't it? In some games, your fielders have glue, it's like they have glue in their hands. Everything that goes into the outfield sticks, and then as soon as a game where you drop one or two, it seems like everyone.
It's like a disease.
Yep. So we're going to see some fireworks here. I think this is a really nice battle. I think Swepson's done well. He's outthought some of the South Australian top order batters, and now he's got a battle here with Agar. And his appeal for caught behind, and he's been given. So Agar gets a little tickle on this, and he is gone. And Mitch Swepson, another 5-wicket haul in his career. He has 5 for 107 now, and surely the end is nigh for South Australia. 9 wickets down, collects his 7th 5th-wicket haul for Queensland, and takes his tally to 11 for the season and 9 for the match.
He looked a little bit baffled by that decision. He wasn't sure that he hit it, I don't think. Where's Agar?
There must have been a sound because Swepson was very confident.
Yeah, he was almost, almost celebrating, wasn't he? But Agar, very unsure if he hit it. He said, I didn't hit it. Kind of looked at Lloyd Pope and said he didn't hit it. Ooh, a little punch on the gate on the way off.
it could be one of those ones that, well, either he may not have hit it, or it might have just kind of grazed the toe of the bat, or just a very slight tickle. But normally as a batter, you do have some kind of inkling if you've hit it or not. But it's a moot point now because they're 9 down South Australia, and Swepson has his 5th. Boys trying to negotiate a bit of shade here. The warm day in Adelaide, 27 degrees. Maybe a touch warmer down on ground level. So Jordan bucking him in.
He deserves 5 though, doesn't he? Mitch
He
Swepson.
does.
He's bowled beautifully. Just rewards.
He's never taken more than 5 wickets in an innings in his Queensland career, Mitch Swepson. So has a chance of best bowling figures if he can get a wicket here. Probably no better opportunity bowling to South Australian number 11.
Going to see a second slip come in. Lots of catches around the bat now for Queensland.
Well kept out by Buckingham.
Five guys in the wicketkeeper around the bat.
Oh, that one maybe a little bit of a leading edge. Kept it on the turf though.
Really nice bowling. Slowed it up a bit more flight. Some beautiful drift.
No, my mistake. It was off the face of the bat. Well played by Buckingham. A bit of extra bounce there, but Jordan does what he needs to do. He gets through to the end of the over, 9 for 299. There's a big wicket of Wes Agar on that over because he was a player that could have really posted some quick runs. I'm going to make way, and to take you through potentially until the end of the South Australian innings is Robin Chipperfield.
A lovely morning to sit and watch some cricket. Sit in the shade and don't want to cast aspersions, but potentially recover from the overexertions of last night. Afternoon, Jakesy.
Or just carry on.
Or just carry on, keep going, yeah, why not? Hair of the dog and all that. Jack Sinfield into the attack. Trying to mop things up for Queensland. We've had a very good morning. 4 wickets have fallen so far in pretty quick time.
Nice start from Sinfield. It's a good flight. Going to extract a bit of turn.
Sweeps and over the head of that short backward square. And the 300 up for South Australia, which means the lead is 130.
Shane coming into a leg slip. Range Trust getting together, discussing the best way forward, how they might be able to get a wicket quickly. Versus Buckingham, South Australia's number 11. It will be all-out attack against him.
Where do they start to get a bit worried, Queensland? It's 130 at the moment, the lead.
Oh, I think it's a good wicket. I think they should be okay. It's just time. sure that they're not taking too much time out of the game and getting too many runs. And 150 chase can sometimes be a little bit niggly, but I think I shouldn't get bowled out, really. But the time to get the runs is going to be the key. So I won't want it lingering on for 3 hours and hours, but I'd love it over and done with by lunchtime, I'd say.
Yeah.
Put their feet up. That's the ideal scenario for Queensland.
An appeal from Pearson behind the wicket.
It's not a mile away, that is it?
No.
Maybe just down leg.
Great place to play cricket. Or AFL, whatever. He's just sneaking this season for a Crows Kangaroos game in the AFL. Very good day. Very good day. Fantastic place to watch sport, Adelaide Oval.
Yeah, it's a jewel on the crown, isn't it? It's got everything. Adelaide Oval. I think the drop in wicket's getting better and better as well. Finding ways to make them spin a little bit more. Not only just raging seamers that they were when they first started.
Hurries Pope, but Jags down on it and pick up one.
Actually, really, really good cricket wickets now, aren't they? Seam a little bit. Good for batting as well. And then they're breaking up and turning later, which is great. We haven't seen spinning wickets much in Australia for a while now. Used to have the SCG in Adelaide were always really good spinning wickets. It's good to see Adelaide starting to turn again and the spinners starting to get something useful to bowl on.
Catch it.
They are camped around the bat at the moment. Desperate to get Buckingham out of here. That's bowled well here, Swepson. Conditions that have helped a bit, but they're not massively helpful to a leg spinner.
No, he's just been really good control, hasn't he? He's got great drift. And then it's just the odd ones turned out of the rough. It's been an exhibition. And he's mixed up his quicker, straighter ones that he bowls as well, the sliders and the odd wronging in there as well. Hasn't overdone it, but just enough to cause a bit of doubt. And the odd ball that he throws up like that one, he's landed every one of them. It's been great bowling.
32 years of age, he's probably, I mean, you might say his best years are still to come, wouldn't you, as a leg spinner?
Yeah, I'd say that. This is right when leggies normally peak, and I think certainly shouldn't be looking at rubbing him off the picture for Australia, in my mind. The way he's bowled this game, if he can produce this consistently week in, week out, he'll be a real asset. Particularly once Nathan Lyon goes. Because his biggest criticism, I guess, over the last few years has been, can he control the scoreboard? Will he go for too many runs at the international level? But the control he's shown in this game has been outstanding.
Back live watching Sinfield.
He's almost played the holding role and the attacking role while attacking the whole time, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Which is something that we haven't seen since Shane Warne.
Down the pitch comes Pope. Lifts it away. He's got just enough on it to clear Strake it. What I like as well is the dismissals have all been quite different. Caught at slip. LBW, bowled.
Been proper dismissals, especially second innings.
Yep.
First innings got 1 or 2 freebies. The second innings has been, they've been all genuine dismissals, and that's because he genuinely hasn't bowled a bad ball. It's been outstanding.
Folks having a bit of a dart here. And why not? It's worked for him. He's on to 17.
I think Pope knows that Mitchell Swepson is going to be very hard to attack. Almost impossible to attack and very hard to defend against. So I think he's trying to target the off-spin bowling of Sinfield. Ball turning back into him, a little bit easier to get after.
Final ball of the over. And that will leave Jordan Buckingham on strike to face potentially Swepson. No surprise, it will be the leg spinner.
Be a brave man to take it out of his hands now, wouldn't you?
If Lavashane says,
I'm going to bowl some lead.
I'm going to have a bowl, have a rest.
Could be 10 other blokes with hands on heads, I reckon.
Still 5 around the bat for Buckingham.
Catch.
And mission accomplished for the number 11, not only off the mark but off strike as well.
A little bit uppish around the corner, wasn't it?
No.
Perfectly dissected the two fielders though, Buckingham. Working out tactics here, Mitch Swepson. A little bit of protection on the offside, a deep point.
Gone. Pope is the last man to fall. Wiebken, the substitute, takes another catch. And South Australia all out for 308. And Swepson finishes with 6 wickets. What a performance from the leg spinner. Very worthy of those pats on the back and the handshakes. Mitch Swepson has put Queensland in a very dominant position here. Wiebken with the catch. And Swepson finishes with 6 for 109. What a performance.
Yeah, congratulations, Mick Swepson. Very, very good bowling performance indeed. He deserved every one of those wickets. Could have had 7 or 8, even 9 potentially, the way he bowled. He was absolutely outstanding. 42 overs worth of work. And that economy rate as well of only 2.57s. It actually tells the story. Not only attacking, but very good consistency. He's had a day out, 2 days out, and deserves everything he gets.
Leads them off the field. Does Swepson. There is the story of that second innings. It means that Queensland will need 139 to win. Very good morning for Queensland and their bowlers, as South Australia have gone from 5 for 259 to 308 all out. Straker it was who made the initial inroads, and Swepson has polished things off in clinical fashion for Queensland, going at 2.5 and over and picking up 6 wickets. Let's look back at that morning session. Marnus Labuschagne urged them on, and they look pretty comfortable, you have to say, South Australia, for that first half an hour or so. And then the dismissal of Carey, as it did in the first innings, has sparked Queensland into life. They bowled well, and bowled aggressively at times as well. And South Australia, in the end, had no answer, Phil Jakes.
No, they certainly didn't. That man, Mitch Swepson, was the key again. Some really nice, smart bowling. Beautiful flight, some good catches as well. Didn't he have a day out? Hugh Wybkin, sub-field up. A couple of smart catches, got run out yesterday. Some aggressive bowling. But they deserve their spoils this morning, Queensland. South Australia are going to have their work cut out from trying to defend a really small lead in this second innings. Just 138 runs in front. They're going to have to bowl outstanding.
Certainly are. Terrific from Swepson, really is. Let's go with his 4 in the first innings. So 10 in the match for Mitch Swepson. And, well, he might walk off with the match ball. Great to see.
In the pool room.
Yeah. Go and have a lie down, Mitch Swepson. Queensland will hope that you are not needed anymore. They need 139 to win. And we'll be back with the start of their innings in a few moments' time.
Welcome back to the first session here on day 4 at Adelaide Oval. And that is what is required. Queensland requiring 139 to get their first win of the season. They dismissed South Australia for 308 all out after South Australia resumed at 5 for 238. So lost their last 5 wickets for 70 runs. And we have roughly half an hour in this first session until the lunch break for Usman Khawaja and Angus Lovell to try and chip away at this lead as I welcome in Hannah Darlington, and this will be an interesting run chase, certainly not a foregone conclusion by any stretch of the imagination, and South Australia can jag a couple of early wickets. It might make it a pretty uncomfortable lunch period for the Queenslanders.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this half an hour before lunch. Not only is this normally an exciting part of a Shield game on day 4, but in the scenario both teams find themselves in it, it's crucial for, one, the momentum of Queensland to start their innings, but South Australia to take wickets like you mentioned.
Buckingham in. And they're off and running straight away as he drifts onto the hip there of Usman Khawaja. You want to see on the graphic there, he goes down as leg byes. Angus Lovell 4 in the first innings. Usman Khawaja made 46. And Queensland's total of 398. But what a wonderful performance it was by Mitchell Swepson, collecting 6 for 109. That's not only his best bowling innings performance in his career, but the fact of it is that he took 4 in the first innings mean that it's his best bowling match. Previously, his best was 10 for 171. In this game, 10 for 159. So a great achievement there. It's just his second 10-wicket match in his career, his 7th 5-wicket haul. This ball whipped away by Lovell down to fine leg.
Yeah, Buckingham failed to pick up a wicket in the first innings, so he'll be looking to change that and start strong with the ball here, and probably just a bit leg side to start to both these batters, but he'll find his line and adjust and be looking to play a role for his team.
Yeah, spent some time with Yorkshire during the Australian winter. It's been a pretty consistent performer, Buckingham, the 25-year-old, hovering around that average of 29. He has taken 96 first-class wickets at 29 and a half. And then you counter in his wickets for South Australia, also 69 wickets at 29.04. And last year collected 22 wickets at 29.86. So that's kind of where his average is at the moment. A nice challenge for him here against Australian Test opener Usman Khawaja. Oh, and that ball jumped up and cannoned into the midriff there of Khawaja.
Yeah, that's probably the first bit of kick we've seen off the wicket in a little bit, actually. Yeah, not necessarily went away from the bat, followed Khawaja into his hip.
He looked like one that might have just hit the seam and, yeah, kicked up off the turf. They put it in the right areas, South Australia. They might cause a little bit of discomfort to the Bulls. And that looked a little bit premeditated from Khawaja there. Wasn't an overly short ball, just angled across the left-hander.
Yeah, sort of stuck with his footwork a little bit there, Khawaja. Could see him sort of lose his balance here and fall across without making contact on the ball, but yeah, probably and potentially a sign of how Queensland want to go about this chase, but still have to pick the right ball to put away from the opening quicks here.
Yeah, exactly. Keeping honest there, Buckingham. Pretty good first over. Just a couple from it. Queensland none for 2 in pursuit of 139. And this first session has continued the trend of the game moving quickly. They added 70 in that morning session. The South Australians losing 5 wickets. And we've added a further 2 runs here. At the very least, if it is just a meagre total, they've given their bowlers a little bit of something to play with. Obviously would have wanted some more runs.
See McAndrew here checking those foot marks. Obviously day 4 of the match, and a lot of overs have been bowled across these 4 days, and making sure that he's happy with the surface he's about to land in. And I think a Lloyd Pope will be looking at those foot marks a little bit later in the day and licking his lips at the potential of bowling into those. But McAndrew to take the new ball, and yeah, he's done this role so consistently for South Australia, and we'll look to start strong, and we'll see if there's any movement for him.
Yeah, a couple of wickets in the first innings. Had to toil hard, McAndrew. Wide of the off stump, but Lovell getting his first look here at it, McAndrew. And again, we're seeing that staggered slips cordon with Connor McInerney underneath the helmet.
Yeah, not often you see this slips positioning, and it's worked not necessarily to effect, but it's definitely the best option that they've been able to go to, that if a chance did come, they'd be in the right position. But it's difficult for Jason Sanger there at first slip to have Connor McInerney almost in front of him. It's
yeah, definitely seems like he's going to get an obstructed view. Oh, this one almost dragged back on by Lovell. Trying to flow that out through the covers.
Yeah, attempting to play that one on the up. You can see that foot straight down the wicket and hands outside his body, and potentially not the way you want to be starting your innings. But I like the intent shown here by Queensland early. It hasn't come off just yet, but I think the way they want to go about this chase is already evident in the first 8 balls that's been bowled this.
Yeah, I think with these smaller totals, you don't really want to kind of poke and prod and take 50 or 55 overs to chase them down. I think most sides, when you speak to them, they like to quite literally get on the front foot and, yeah, score as quickly as they can and make that target diminish.
Yeah, so often flipping to 50 over cricket, I think I said it a little bit earlier as well, if you were walking out to bat and chasing 139 to win in a 50 over game, you'd feel quite comfortable, so there's no need to change your mindset here if you can be positive.
Again, that lack of bounce outside the off stump.
Yeah, we saw a couple from Mitch Swepson whilst he was bowling, and now one here from McAndrew, and I think the good sign is that they've all been off the stumps when they've stayed a little bit low, but that'll keep in the mind of the batsmen out in the middle and those to come, that deliveries are not quite getting through, and maybe just a little bit of inconsistency, but yeah, falling well short of Alex Carey.
Well timed by Lovell, but straight to the man. So they're keeping it tight here, South Australia, in this period up to lunch. Good start from McAndrew in his first over.
Yeah, the big Wes Agar in at mid-wicket. Probably one of my favourite things about Shield cricket is where you find some of the quicks end up fielding. We've seen
None for 2 after 2, Queensland.
as I was saying, I love seeing where the quicks find themselves in different scenarios. I think watching the New South Wales games across the start of the summer, Ryan Hadley, Stobo, Abbott all finding themselves in the slips cordon or gully, and obviously Cameron Green has made it known that fast bowlers in gully are pretty successful. So yeah, it's nice to see what the quicks can do when they're not stuck down at fine leg.
Edged and taken. Khawaja goes for a 6-ball duck, and Jordan Buckingham with a big wicket early on for the home side. Queensland 1 for 2 in pursuit of 139, And that's a good reward from a tidy first over from Buckingham. Just going across Khawaja, he pushed at it and feathers a catch through to Alex Carey, 1 for 2.
Yeah, that ball going across Khawaja. We've seen the Quicks opted for different options against Khawaja in this match to stay over the wicket or come around, and Buckingham staying over, and yeah, simple catch to Alex Carey, and Khawaja heads off for no score.
Yeah, big breakthrough, 46 in the first innings, a duck in the second. So Marnus Labuschagne, the Centurion from the first dig, comes in a much earlier position, 1 for 2. Khawaja's involvement in the match is all over. And that's exactly what they wanted, Hannah. They wanted to get a breakthrough. I'm sure they want to get a couple of breakthroughs before lunch, but to get the big fish Khawaja like that, that's got to really inspire some confidence here for South Australia.
Yeah, definitely. If they could have taken a wicket early, it would have been that of Khawaja, and being able to get that wicket in only the third over of the day's play is huge confidence for this South Australian lineup. Obviously, Marnus Labuschagne coming to the crease is already on a mountain of runs for the summer, but the best part about cricket, and especially Shield cricket, is he still comes out on zero balls faced, and South Australia now have a chance to hopefully get him early, as we see the... Oh, it's tough to see that as you're walking off, isn't it?
Even at a relatively empty Adelaide Oval, there's still, if it's not the fans giving it to you, there's the graphic here at Adelaide for Khawaja.
Kudos to whoever's pushed the button for the duck graphic, because it gets a good giggle.
Buckingham into Labuschagne.
Fight on!
Defends out into the offside. So in terms of the ladder, and obviously there's still a fair bit of water to go under the bridge here with Queensland 1 for 2. Still needing a further 137 to win. But with Victoria's win against New South Wales yesterday, they are top on 15.43. Tasmania's thrilling 3-run win over WA puts them into second on 9.51. New South Wales third on 8. And then obviously Queensland currently fourth on 3.53. Oh, great ball again. Beats the outside edge. He's got it talking here, Jordan Buckingham, in the third over.
Yeah, it seems like he's really found his length. He's getting good purchase off the wicket, and then you add in that variable bounce that could come into play. But a delivery like this, he's forcing Marnus Labuschagne to play and beating the outside edge. But you can see Labuschagne weary of what the ball is doing.
Western Australia currently in 5th, South Australia 6th. So if Queensland win, they move to 2nd. Draw, which is extremely unlikely here, would see them stay in 4th. Oh, it's a brave leave. So he knows where his off stump is there, Labuschagne, and comfortable to let that one through, but they're up and about here, South Australia.
I thought we were going to have another replay of some of the leaves we've seen across the summer. I think it's the most I've ever seen in a start of the summer of cricket. We've already seen 3 in this match, plenty across the other matches, but yeah, opting to leave on length here, and so often the bowlers are able to get that ball to nip back in, whether it's a wobble seam or the natural variation.
Waiting.
Whipping across the line, Labuschagne. Pope does the fielding. So Victoria, 2 wins out of 2. Chris Rogers doing a good job with them, and Tasmania also undefeated to start the year with a draw and now a win. Queensland looking to continue that as well with a draw in their first game, and hoping that they can get the required runs to get a victory here. Oh, another good ball. Buckingham is bowling really well at the moment. As Hannah said, went wicketless in the first innings. He's got a wicket here, a great over. So he gets congratulations from his teammates. Queensland 1 for 2 after 3 overs. And that shows why he's so highly regarded, Alex Carey. No less than 5 catches in the first innings.
Already 1 to start this innings, but to note is the fact that those 5 dismissals were all of the top 5 batters.
Yeah.
And a little bit of the talking point across this game has been that we've seen that slip, we've seen a little bit of invariable carry, but we've still seen a lot of chances make their way behind the wicket. So batters definitely kept on their toes when Carey's behind the stumps.
Lovell faces up to McAndrew. Oh, and again, beats the outside edge. So they're kind of replicating what Queensland did in the first innings. Bowling in some really good areas, hitting that patch just outside the off stump, that general weakness for a right-hander just outside the eye line. It's probably been the 4th or 5th time, Hannah, we've seen the ball beat the bat, which wasn't a regular occurrence in South Australia's second innings or Queensland's first innings for that matter.
Yeah, this will be giving plenty of confidence to the fast bowlers to continue hitting the wicket and let the ball do the talking.
Pulled away, lost his length there, McAndrew, and that's going to go down to the rope for 4. That was easy pickings for Angus Lovell. He was just able to swivel around and hammer that through fine leg for 4.
Yeah, missing length end line there from Nathan McAndrew, and you could see as soon as he bowled that delivery, he's looked back straight onto those foot marks, but just drifted onto the hip of Angus Lovell, and he was always going to put that one away and evaded the fielder at a deep fine leg. But yeah, Nathan McAndrew heading back and scraping away at those foot marks to make sure his footing is nice and compact when he hits the crease.
Pushing out to cover point Lovell. Hasn't played an awful lot of cricket for Queensland, Angus Lovell. Playing just his 12th first-class match. He missed out the first innings with 4. Century and a 50 in his young career so far. The 26-year-old, 494 runs, or past that now, over 500 runs at average around 24. Has been comparisons around the Queensland setup between him and Martin Love, who was a great run scorer for Queensland. Got a little bit of international cricket at the back end of his career. End of the over. Actually, no, there's still a few more balls left, but keeping the pressure on McAndrew.
Yeah, it's good confidence for someone like Lovell to, as we can come back to those foot marks, you can see across the day it obviously wears, but across the 4 it continues to wear. And yeah, one of the most difficult things as a bowler is if you're hitting that front crease with such force, it's multiple times your body weight hitting the crease. If it's a little bit uneven or not quite what you would like, it can actually be quite a disturbing factor.
Nudged away by Lovell. Back on a square leg as Lehman gives chase and Pope eventually cleans up. Do think that we will see Lloyd Pope before lunch. Like they might fancy themselves with a couple of overs of spin.
Especially now with Khawaja out, the left-hander back in the sheds. Obviously Clayton to come in next to another left-hander, so they'll be looking to utilise him as much to these right-handers, I would assume, but at the same time these 2 quicks are doing the job so far.
Last ball of the over. And Labuschagne playing that off middle, chipping it away. Down to fine leg for the single. They've progressed along to 1 for 8 Queensland. It was a thrilling Sheffield Shield game down in Bellerive between Tasmania and WA. And this was the final wicket. Jackson Bird and Riley Meredith combining. What a way to win by 3 runs, and you can see what it means to them. Their first win of the season. Jackson Bird going back down to Tasmania after having a season back up with his, home state where he grew up, New South Wales, and he, along with Riley Meredith, picked up 2 late wickets there. And Tasmania winning by just 3 runs, condemning WA to a 0-2 start after a loss to New South Wales in round 1.
Yeah, not many people would have thought that WA would be none from 2 after the success they've had in all forms of domestic cricket as that side, and a lot of familiar faces and names within that squad that have been a part of that success. So, yeah, interesting back end of the Sheffield Shield season it will be for them. Obviously trying to make sure they're resulting in some wins, not draws, to themselves in a chance of a final.
Nicely worked out through the covers. Sweeney does well to scamper there and make sure they don't get more than the one run. Yeah, they look like they were going to get that victory within a few runs and 8 down, but then, yeah, Joel Curtis, LBW for a very good 50, and yeah, right at the end, Jackson Bird getting that wicket. So shows that he can play for 3 or 4 days and you can still only be separated by a matter of runs or wickets. Pushing down the ground here, Lovell. Just under 15 minutes left in this session. South Australia searching for their second breakthrough.
We've just seen 2 balls hit to McSweeney and some good fielding, and I think that's going to be a key part of this attempt from South Australia to bowl Queensland out. And yeah, I feel like it might take something special in the field from a few people. We obviously saw Hugh Wyburn, the sub-fielder, play an impact role, and they'll be looking for something similar.
Played a couple of Sheffield Shield games last season, Angus Lovell. He hit his maiden first-class century against New South Wales at Cricket Central. Attack that included Australian Test paceman Josh Hazlewood, scored 146 as that game ended in a draw. Appeal for LBW, was always high and drifting down the leg side. But he himself is trying to play for a regular spot in the team, much like Lockie Hearn was prior to his century of 106 in the first innings.
Just sneaking down leg there, but yeah, good confidence for Lovell to start the season at the top of the order and be the batter that they've chosen to partner Khawaja, because obviously Khawaja will make way and somebody else will join, hopefully, Lovell at the top of the crease.
Right on.
Yeah, scored 8 and 38 in the first innings and looking to do a job here. 5 overs gone. Queensland 1 for 9. If you have just joined the coverage, the lone wicket to fall was that of Usman Khawaja. Caught off by Alex Carey off the bowling of Jordan Buckingham for a duck. A 6th ball duck when the score was 2. And now Marnus Labuschagne on the back of his 159 in the first innings, looking to resurrect things. Here it is. Flowed through a drive there and flicked the edge through to Carey, who was never going to drop that one. And Khawaja finds himself back to the pavilion. Perhaps not walking as quickly as that duck, but back to the pavilion nonetheless for a duck. So South Australia get that prized wicket before the lunch break. Is there another one forthcoming here at the Adelaide Oval? McAndrew. Depending how quick McAndrew gets to this over, we might get 2 more after this, but probably looking more likely that just be 1 more over after this. Sure, Labuschagne might show some of his experience and try and drag it out.
Yeah, 11 balls potentially to try and take another wicket leading into this lunch break, and that'll be the goal for South Australia here.
2 slips in place. Earlier this afternoon, South Australia dismissed all out for 308. They resumed at 5 for 238. But unfortunately for them, the wickets just fell at regular intervals, not able to really build any meaningful partnerships. So many starts. McInerney 46, Hunt 36, McSweeney 26, Sanger 55, Carey 43, Scott 38. No one able to push on to that big score, which was their issue in the first innings as well. Machine driving out to the covers. So they don't have an awful lot of runs to play with, hence why that first early wicket was important. 139 in total required for Queensland, down to 130 now. Sometimes these smaller scores can be a bit more nervy to chase down than if you were chasing down a 250 or 260 on the last day. Andrew waits to deliver to Labuschagne.
Yeah, definitely building pressure here, South Australia. I don't feel like there's potentially much else you can do with South Australia except build pressure and look to take wickets. But like you said, Labuschagne's experienced in this situation. He'll know when the lunch break is and know that if he's still there after that break, they've got every chance to build again and, you know, inch towards this total.
And he knocks this one to the offside. They'll scamper through. Lovell has to dive. The throw was offline and they get through. So they're still willing to chance their arms and try and pick up some quick singles here, Queensland.
Yeah, Labuschagne looked keen and you could see Lovell take off and, yeah, ends up getting there safely with a somewhat good dive, somewhat a little bit awkward. You know, he's a tall man. It's not the easiest thing to do.
When you're diving right next to that pitch as well. I know he wasn't diving on the pitch, but it's not exactly smooth sailing on those practice pitches that are right next door. But he gets through and has to compose himself for the last ball of the over. So he's got through that over pretty quickly, Mick Andrew. Still about 6 minutes left in the session, so they might be able to scurry through two more. Getting through their overs here, 1 for 10 after 6. We're going to see Jordan Buckingham continue. And I wonder if they roll their arm over for an over of spin in that last over before lunch, Hannah.
Yeah, it'd be enticing as Mick Sweeney to throw the ball to Lloyd Pope for that last over. And yeah, especially if Buckingham gets through this over quickly and allows that extra over to be bowled before the lunch break.
1 for 2 off 3 for Buckingham. 2 slips in the gully in place. It's looked quite comfortable since coming in, Marnus Labuschagne.
Yeah, nothing's seemed to trouble him too much, but a few player misses and like I sort of said before, every time a batter walks out, they start on 0 again, and he'll know that. He'll go through his processes and try and get his feet going again and continue to look to put that bad ball away, but also keep the good balls out.
Oh, and he tries to pull a length ball there. Eyes lit up, thought he was going to be able to connect, but it's a plain a miss.
Could see his hand come off the bat as well after he's swung through his shot, and yeah, just there, that, what was that, his top hand comes off the top hand, bottom hand, actually.
It looked like he played over the top of the ball as well. Looked like it actually didn't seem like it didn't bounce that much, but yeah, definitely on that replay, it looked like he played over the top of it. Works this one in, out through the covers. Sweeney feels he'll pick up a single. It really is incredible that the season he's had so far in the One Day Cup. 130 against Victoria, 2 against WA, and 105 against Tasmania. And the Shield, 160 against Tasmania when they only batted once. 159 in the first innings here, and now currently 4 not out. And yeah, you could easily make a bet that there's a good chance he'll be there, not at the end for Queensland if they do end up winning this game. Lovely straight drive from Lovell, beautifully timed. It's probably not going to go all the way to the rope, it's slowing down, but they'll come back for 3. That'll be a nice little confidence boost for the 26-year-old. Flow through and punch that nicely straight past Buckingham. Takes Lovell on to 9, 1 for 14.
Yeah, tall man at the crease and held his balance really well on that shot and was able to beat the bowler, but yeah, when you've got levers, you can stand up on balls like that and be able to knock them down the ground, and full face to the bat will give him plenty of confidence.
Good shot, Lovell. Already off to 9 off only 18 deliveries. Get another confident leave by Labuschagne.
Happy to leave that one on length. Could almost see him before gesturing to the bench to potentially put his gloves out in the sun. And I do wonder, obviously we know Marnus is the character that he is in terms of gloves, and Stephen Smith like with the amount of gloves and bats that they carry. But I do wonder if the amount of time he spent out in the middle in that first innings, if it means that his gloves are actually still a little bit damp from a couple of days ago and not quite the rotation.
End of the over. So just one more over left in the session here. What do South Australia do? Do they roll their arm over with an over of spin, or do we see McAndrew again? Looks as if it is going to be McAndrew. I don't mind that. He's been bowling pretty well and probably gives them the best possible chance of getting a wicket. So Lovell on strike. Similar field for McAndrew as we've seen throughout the innings so far. 2 slips in place. And clipped away. Nicely played by Angus Lovell. And he seems like he's got his eye in just as we head towards the lunch break. And he picks up 3 more with a nice little clip out to mid-wicket. Double figures for Lovell, 1 for 17 Queensland.
Looks quite comfortable off his pads, Lovell. Obviously hit a couple of good shots off the middle of the bat to the mid-wicket fielder, but this is the first time he's been able to beat them, and yeah, just deciding to wait a little bit longer and beat mid-wicket to its right and square leg in the ring as well, and able to pick up 3.
Yeah, he's moved to 12 without much fuss, Lovell, after being dismissed for only 4 in the first innings. Again, straying onto leg stump, and again punched away nicely by Labuschagne. More runs and more running for Queensland. They might even come back for 4. They decide not to, but back-to-back 3s. And the floodgate's starting to open a little bit here. 1 for 20. The Queenslanders in pursuit of 139.
Yeah, just regaining their breath here. This reminds you of when we used to do the classic run of 3 test, and you'd run 6 run of 3s in a row, as if you got in this situation, you actually found yourself having to run 6 3s, and I actually think it's worse than the 2K time trial.
Yeah.
I'm glad they binned it for the speed test of runner 2, but it's handy runs here for Queensland to not only put those balls away that are straight onto the pads, but to run hard and make sure that they're not leaving any runs out there, because as we've seen already today, it can come down to a couple of runs in a Shield fixture.
Yeah, they'd probably hope that I wish the lunch break wasn't coming, because they seem to have all the momentum now, Queensland, after losing that early wicket. Wouldn't say they were bogged down, but there was some tight overs there from the South Australians, and we've seen 3-3-1 off the first 3 balls of the over.
Yeah, I don't think they'd be willingly coming off when you're feeling momentum, but the best part about that is that they'll bring the momentum into that chase after lunch, and this will put a little bit of a dampener on South Australia heading into lunch.
Again, losing his line. Clip down towards fine leg, and that'll be a boundary. This has been a costly over from McAndrew. 11 off the over now with 2 balls remaining, and Labuschagne joins in the party as well. Moves along to 11-1 for 25 Queensland. And he's just struggled to even just keep it straight. Been drifting onto the pads and that leg stump line far too often in this over, Hannah.
Yeah, just pushing here McAndrew, and he's known to really be able to hit the wicket and be consistent. But like you said, already 11 off the over. It's not the over he would have wanted.
Don't know if he's getting a little bit of swing there, and perhaps it's aiming to hit middle or off and sliding down into the pads, but even again there, Shane got a little bit caught on the crease.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be searching for swing. We haven't seen too much over the course of this game, and especially with that new ball, you'd probably hope for a little bit, but we've more seen that nip, and I do wonder if he's maybe attempting a few wobble seams or anything and just not nailing that angle.
Last ball of the session. And pulled hard. Back with a square leg. There's protection out there and the single. So Labuschagne moves to 12. Lovell 13. Queensland go to lunch on day 4 at 1 for 26, requiring a further 113 runs and to collect their first win of this Sheffield Shield season. And a thoroughly dominant session by them, Hannah. They took the final 5 wickets of the South Australian innings for only 70 runs, and even despite losing Khawaja early in these last couple of overs, Lovell and Labuschagne, the 2 Ls, have really been asserting their dominance.
Yeah, it's the momentum that Queensland have here, which is the crucial part for them. But when you look across the session so far, and they've taken every chance, even being able to lose a wicket and still put runs on the board in that half an hour is crucial. And yeah, that'll put them in the best stead once they come back after lunch, able to one, reset and have a chance to reset and not have to force that, but come back out with Lovell on 13 and Labuschagne on 12, who haven't necessarily looked troubled so far.
Just the 1 wicket to fall. Jordan Buckingham nicking off Usman Khawaja as Alex Carey took an elementary catch. And just the opening bowlers for South Australia that have been given a chance in these 8 overs to lunch. They would have been happy with the early wicket, South Australia, but since then it hasn't been kind to them. These is how their morning started, with South Australia resuming at 5 for 238. Carey and Scott were able to score some runs before Carey slashed at a wide one off the bowling of Tom Straker. Nice catch from Jimmy Pearson behind the stumps. And then from there on in, it was just wickets at regular intervals for the Queenslanders. Straker caused Scott to chop on. And despite a couple of lofty blows, especially from Wes Agar when he came in, Hugh Wegman couldn't stay out of it. Ended up taking 2 catches and a run out. Lloyd Pope was hit with a venomous short ball. Thankfully, he was okay. And he followed it up with back-to-back boundaries. There was a bit of a partnership developing between Lloyd Pope and Wes Agar. That was probably the shot of the morning session, as Agar lofted this one over the rope for 6 and then brought up another 6. Little tickle there off Swepson. That was his 5th of the innings. And not too long after this, he was able to collect his 6th wicket, as Wigman again couldn't be kept out of it. So finished with 6 of the innings, his best bowling performance, 10 for the match, his best 10-wicket haul in his career as well. And then Khawaja nicked off early on, 1 for 2 were the Queenslanders. But after that, South Australia just lost their line a little bit, as Hannah alluded to, and they were able to progress to 1 for 26 at lunch, requiring a further 113. This is where we'll have a pause. Please join us for all the action of the second session in 40 minutes' time, with Queensland resuming at 1 for 26.
The penultimate session of the match between South Australia and Queensland at Adelaide Oval. And there's the picture as it stands going into that second session on day 4. Queensland 1 for 26, needing a further 113 more runs to complete what you'd have to say is a deserved victory. South Australia need to take 9 wickets very quickly if they are to come back from the dead and claim success against Queensland. The only wicket to fall in the Queensland second innings so far, that of Usman Khawaja, who got a faint outside edge to a delivery from Jordan Buckingham, who's bowled well. And Khawaja on his way for one of those. And that leaves Angus Lovell and Marnus Labuschagne to walk out after the lunch break, and those South Australian fielders wearing a black armband each in memory of Ben Cameron, whose death was sadly announced yesterday, former South Australia player. They need some wickets very quickly to South Australia. Phil Jakes is alongside me, former Australian opener. And you see a way back into it for South Australia.
G'day, Chibbers. Yeah, it's a long way home, isn't it, at the moment? Queensland firmly on top. But funnier things have happened in cricket. They've just got to stick with their guns, put the ball in the right areas for long enough and hope that they make some mistakes. It's going to need to be a disciplined performance, and they're going to need to get rid of that man. The man in form, Marnus Labuschagne. Isn't it great for Australian cricket to see him piling on the runs at the moment? They need him in form. The Australian outfit, and so do this Queensland Bulls outfit.
Yeah, umpires Ben Treloar and Darryl Brigham lead out the players for what might turn out to be the final session of the match. Certainly Queensland will hope that's the case. Angus Lovell has looked bright so far.
How long till we see a bit of spin from Lloyd Pope, Chibbers?
I don't think it'll be long, will it?
He's got to get in the game while there's still something on the board, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Maybe even at the other end. I'd go pace one end, spin at the other. Get him straight into the contest. All the ball's hard. And the seam's nice and proud. See if he can't extract a bit of turn.
This on the back of Mitch Swepson, another leg spinner picking up 10 wickets in the match. It'll be Jordan Buckingham, no surprise, to start us off immediately after the lunch break with 2 slips and a gully. No real hurry for Queensland, plenty of overs left in the day. But they won't want to hang around too much, I wouldn't think.
They'll look this done this session, I would imagine. They won't want to be taking this too deep in this game. And if you're wondering why that second slipper's got a helmet on and standing so close, it's those nicks aren't carrying very much. He's in a very abnormal position, isn't he?
Yeah.
Any kind of slash, he's going to be in some trouble. He's been practicing his volleyball in the warm-up. Parry one up. Saw a couple drop short, didn't we, in the first innings? Or the first, in the South Australian innings. Where Jimmy Pearson was just a little bit deep. It's hard to get a read on how far back to stand, isn't it, on these sort of wickets? Even there, Carey around the ankles. He probably needs to be a little bit closer as well. You just want to make sure that at least the fine nicks are carrying.
Yeah.
And then your kamikaze second slip sort of takes the wider ones.
Yeah, we saw a pretty firm drive from Usman Khawaja. Carry through to Carey, but anything softer might Might have landed short. You never know for certain.
That was full kitchen sink too, wasn't it?
Here for LBW. Height is surely an issue.
He let it know. He let the umpire know where it hit him as well, I reckon, Marnus. I'm sure it didn't tickle, but he made a big deal about how much that hurt. Just to make sure the umpire knew that it hit him on the back thigh. I was always told never to rub it.
Wow.
Back in the day.
It might have been to his advantage that he did on that occasion, though. Runs for Labuschagne. Lehman will haul it in, and with the help of McAndrew get the ball in. We noted this in the first innings, but we're not seeing any of the histrionics, if you like, from Labuschagne, that waving around when he leaves the ball outside the off stump, or the loud cries of no run. I think that's a deliberate tactic or deliberate change that he's made to his game.
Certainly seems like it. Could be just an indication of where he's at. That he's up and in the contest already. Doesn't need to get himself up into that contest with that intensity, but also Steve Smith's not playing in the game. They tend to feed off each other a bit, don't they, with their antics? Try and out-quirk each other.
Called up to the one-day squad. The series against India yesterday, Marnus Labuschagne. Cam Green ruled out of the series. More words from George Bailiff this morning that is entirely very precautionary. Comes back to your point there as the ball lands short of Carey.
It's got to be a full kitchen sink to actually get to any one of these slips, I reckon. They've actually done away with the first one because I don't think they think it's ever any chance of getting there. Just all carrying on out of this wicket. As they go, 5 wickets in that first innings, 88.
Lovell will pick up some runs here. Two. Interesting that Agar's come on after lunch, replacing McAndrew. McAndrew, the leading wicket taker last year in the Shield. His first game back.
Good honest pace attack, haven't they, South Australia? Very, very good quicks. And then Liam Scott, who's a very useful all-rounder as well.
No Doggett, obviously, at the moment either.
Doggett to come back in at some stage.
There's talk he'll be fit for the next game for South Australia.
And you've got Pope and Manenti to do their spin bowling as needed, so some good options for them. Really just left themselves a bit short with the first innings runs, haven't they, in this game? To only just get over 200 in the first innings. probably didn't quite set the game up as well as they could have from where they were as well. They were in a really good position. And just haven't quite gone on with it in either innings. South Australia.
Yes, even if they'd got 300 in that first innings, which I think we both feel would have been still under par, it would make this match feel quite different.
Well, they were 2 for 133 in the first innings, and then to be bowled out for 228, it's just really not good enough, really. Middle order just didn't quite get going. Lots of starts, a few scores under 10 as well, which you get. But they were Carey's dismissal first innings, Lehman's dismissal, they were avoidable wickets.
Short and pulled into the onside by Lovell. And that'll complete the first 10 overs of the Queensland second innings. Lehman it was at mid-wicket.
Good bit of fielding, wasn't it?
Yeah, fielded really nicely.
Buckingham to continue. 5 overs, 1 for 8 so far.
Nicely tucked away. That was a feature of his first innings, Marnus Labuschagne. Ball was straight on the stumps. He was able to place it into the onside wherever he liked.
He looks a batter at the peak of his powers, doesn't he? It's always a good sign when you're hitting those with balance and nice and still. Just letting the ball come to you and using the wrist to hit the ball.
That's hit him on the pad. That's pretty straight given. Labuschagne falls for 18. And Jordan Buckingham gets his man full and straight. I don't think there's too much argument about that decision. The Queensland captain walks off.
Yeah, Marnus Labuschagne falls victim to the commentator's curse. Just saying how balanced he was being. Picking him off to the leg side. And on this occasion, just missed the straight one, and that is absolutely plumb. He didn't look happy with it, Marnus, but I think was more unhappy about the shot than the dismissal. And I think when he looks that one back, you realise that was plumb in front. And these little purple patches come to an end. Queensland now 2 for 34. Hoping this won't cause a little wobble.
That is the danger, isn't it? We've praised him so much because of the way he's hit the ball through the onside off straight. But everybody's fallible. And if you do miss it, there's your result.
Stand there, please.
Jack Clayton, 13 in the first innings. Very accomplished left-hand batter. I think he's one of the real up-and-coming players in Sheffield Shield. This guy, very nice batsman.
There's some trouble here. Ducking and then defending.
Looked like he lost it, didn't he, for a minute? Definitely took his eye off it.
It's quite some adjustment to be able to play it, having ducked his head down as far as he did. So the two big names have gone. Khawaja and Labuschagne for 18 between them. And maybe there's a twist in this tale yet.
Buckingham being the chief destroyer, 2 for 12, 5.4 overs. Bowling with the 26-year-old Jack Clayton. 34 first-class games, average of 37.
Hits him on the pad again. This time I think it's pitched outside leg.
Just a hint of the ball staying down there, isn't there? I think you're right though, Chibbers. Hits outside leg. It was canning into the top of middle stump, wasn't it? But just can't be out LBW if that ball pitches outside leg stump, so we move on. Does need to watch this bounce though, Jack Clayton. Make sure he's reacting off the wicket as well as in the air.
End of a successful over for Jordan Buckingham. Let's have a look again at the dismissal of Marnus Labuschagne.
He's almost gesturing like he thought it was going down leg, didn't he? Or was trying to convince the umpire as such.
Yeah.
But I think when he watches that back, he'll be like, okay, that was a little bit further over than I thought.
I reckon he's hit, across the two innings, I reckon he's hit a dozen of those for 4 through mid-wicket.
Yeah, it's been an absolute signature of his play, hasn't it?
Here's Agar to Lovell. That's a lovely shot. It's well stopped by McSweeney, or parried by McSweeney.
Deserved more than one, didn't it?
Yeah.
Five first-class hundreds so far. Jack Clayton. 1150s. Really good start to his first-class career.
You mentioned he averages 37 first-class cricket, which is kind of at the top end of those that are being talked about as potential Australia selections in the middle order.
He's sort of flown under the radar a little bit, hasn't he? Hasn't had that same recognition that a lot of others have had in the middle order. Certainly highly valued by this Queensland Bulls outfit and highly rated. And he does have a habit of making tough runs as well.
100 in that Sheffield Shield final just down the road at Karen Walton Oval. Back end of March in the second innings, when Queensland was very much up against it. But he and Wildermuth both got hundreds and made South Australia work hard for that fabulous and well-deserved victory. They were bowled out for less than 100. Queensland in the first innings, so always up against it. But, Clayton played really well in that second innings. That's a good one from Agar. And acknowledged as such by Clayton.
You're a big fan of Clayton, aren't you?
Yeah, very much so.
In our conversations off air, I was singing the praises, and I tend to agree with you. I think he should be spoken about a little bit more than he is. I think he's a very good cricketer. And of the right age too, where starting to mature as a batsman at 26 years old and right in the peak of his powers. And with the Australian team starting to transition over the next few years, he might be very much in their thoughts if he can make some big runs this season.
Yeah, he needs a good season, doesn't he? He needs a kind of... He's got the basis there. Yeah. Basis is there. The
300-400s and breakout.
Yeah.
He has a breakout year. The timing might be right for him.
Yeah, he and McSweeney are kind of... Well, they're the same age, both 26. Kind of similar players. In terms of the way they go about it. One's obviously left-handed, one right-handed, but they might be kind of the next taxis off the rank in a year or two's time. Searching over, though, for Clayton to survive from Wes Agar.
It's good over, wasn't it? Nice areas, good lines. Just a little bit of hint of movement away. Clayton does have a tendency just to come across a little bit on that back foot, particularly early on in his innings.
Do you see McSweeney playing again for Australia? Do you think he gets another go in the future?
Oh, I think he's definitely good enough. I'd like to see him get a little bit more busy and score off the better balls for a little bit more. I think he gets a bit stuck sometimes. He certainly can bat some time. And when the bowling's a little bit offline, he can really punish. But just like him to get a little bit better at that strike rotation, just so there's not as much pressure on him to score runs. But I think he's technically really gifted, and I think the way he goes about his cricket and how calm he is at the crease, I think he's certainly an international player. Just got to tidy up and work on a few of those things just to keep that scoreboard moving a little bit more. But I think we'll see him again in a baggy green for sure.
Seen as a good leader as well, obviously captain in South Australia. He's captained Australia A as well as Lovell flicks this down to fine leg. McAndrew keeps them to 2.
Good tactical brain as well. Very well liked and respected around Australian cricket circles, Nathan McSweeney. Captained underage groups all the way through Queensland. Now in South Australia, leading his new state.
Lovell forward and finds a gap. One for Henry Hunt to chase.
Good chase there too. Probably saved 1 run. We're going to lose a slip. First slip seems to be redundant. It's going out into the cover area. A little bit shorter than normal. Mid off quite square. Does tend to hit a lot square of the wicket, Angus Lovell, straight down the ground. Squared up their mid on and mid off a little bit. Cover a little bit more ground. Make him try and hit a little bit harder down the ground. Create a gap either side of his edge. Brings in LBW bowled. Potentially a nick off as well.
On leg stump this time. Another little chase for McAndrew. Just one this time.
Quite where he wanted to be, though, there, Buckingham, I reckon. A bit too straight. It's the end of the over.
Let's have a look at the 2 wickets to fall so far. Khawaja wafting at one outside the off stump, a lot of foot movement. Khawaja serenaded on his way. And then Labuschagne, LBW for 18. See the excitement in Buckingham's face. He's picked up both wickets so far. I think Agar's bowled well, though. It's been a good start to his spell. That's a lovely drive, though, from Lovell. He's so unlucky. Agar only too happy to retrieve the bail. You were saying how he doesn't tend to drive straight. It doesn't get a lot straighter than that.
Oh, that was a good straight one, wasn't it? He does tend to just drive a little bit squarer normally, but that's kind of what this South Australian side want him to do, though. They want him to hit hard down the ground. Like it's just a little bit slow with a little bit of nip. You want to bring in those bowls and LBWs if they're trying to hit it hard down the ground on a slower wicket when it's just a little bit of sideways. Just keeps you in the game.
Jack Wildermuth has been off the field, didn't bowl too much in that South Australian second innings. The word is that he should bat if needed. Queensland will hope he's not needed, but it's a low-grade hamstring strain that's the problem for Wildermuth. No ball is the call.
You'd expect with a hamstring you'd be right down at number 11, I'd imagine.
Yeah, you don't want to risk
that unless
no.
you absolutely have to, because that low grade could become a high grade very quick. Temperamental hamstrings, aren't they?
And also you would imagine unlikely to play in the one-day cup match between these two sides on Monday. Edged away by Lovell. And the target gets ever closer. 94 more needed. You better watch that game on Monday between these two sides in the One Day Cup on Fox Cricket.
That is disappointing and frustrating for this South Australian bowling lineup. It's a nice delivery from Agar. Just enough movement. Called the edge.
Little nudge on this. He's played it pretty fine. Fine enough to pick up 4.
Loose delivery from Agar. Trying to attack the stumps, but this has been a little bit of a common thread. Just getting too straight, getting work to the leg side too easily. More handy runs for Queensland.
And the fielder we saw down at fine leg, Lloyd Pope, is not going to have many runs to play with here. 90 more needed.
I think he's got to bowl now. Chippers, I think he's got to come on. Otherwise it's going to be too late. You're going to have nothing to bowl at. You need a little bit of insurance with a leg spinner to Better get into your work. Better attack how you want to. A low-scoring chase. You just can't leave it too long. Spin has been the danger this entire match on this Adelaide Oval pitch. We can't afford to go through the motions with their paces too long here, South Australia.
.50 up for Queensland in pursuit of this target of 139. Pope didn't appear to be warming up either, so there he is. Just looking to see if I could see any white smoke of him warming up, but nothing there.
No. Still backing their paces. This guy, Buckingham, has been pretty good so far, taking 2 early wickets. Maybe Pope might get a crack at the other end. The fact he's not warming up suggests otherwise.
More runs for Lovell. Another chase for Hunt. They're going to push for 3 now. They'll stick with 2. Runs just flowing in the last 2 or 3 overs. Particularly for Angus Lovell, who's moved on to a very decent 30. Good delivery. Is there a little tickle on that? No, says the umpire. I don't know if Buckingham's convinced or not. Yeah, he looked pretty certain. If there was a noise, it looks like it could only have been bat.
I think he's missed everything there.
A few words from Buckingham, I think. A few words everywhere by the look of it.
He's asking if he heard something as he was walking past the umpire. But
do you know what I'd say if I was I'd just say yes. If I was the non-striking batsman.
He smashed it. Yeah.
Just to get
Wind him up a little bit.
Even if I'd heard nothing. They'll get runs here as well. That'll rub a bit more salt into the wound. Pulls it away off the bottom edge, really. Moves on to 36. 2 for 56. 83 more are needed.
I was always very honest with the bowler if I was asked if I hit it or not. But knowing what I know now, if I had my time again, I would always say that I hit it. Just wind them up a little bit more. Oh yeah, smashed it.
End of the over, we've had 15 of the innings. And Queensland in pursuit of 139 are making serene progress on 2 for 56. Change up hit with Jack Clifton stepping in.
was the appeal at the end of the last over. Agar in. And Robin Sheffield hit the nail on the head. The runs have just flowed a little bit easier the last 10 or so minutes. That Labuschagne wicket, obviously a big one for South Australia. But they're walking a fine line here. They don't have a whole lot of runs to play with. Love is well set on 36, but they're angling in on the new man Clayton, still yet to score. Took him 23 balls to get off the mark in the first innings. Oh, and a bit of a leading edge there from Clayton. Shy at the stumps, the non-striker's end.
You're nearly deflecting onto the stumps there, didn't it? Off the leading edge of Clayton. Just a little flick. Safely home, though.
Well, it's a good thing to do, though, to keep that non-striker on his toes. Another wicket would make things very interesting. Bowled much better in this innings, South Australia, than they did at the beginning of Queensland's first innings. Been able to hit their line and length a lot more consistently. Tasked with chasing down 139 Queensland. They're almost halfway, 83 more required, 2 for 56. But Usman Khawaja and Marnus Labuschagne, the two Australian internationals, back in the sheds. And that one stays a little bit low as well, so there's a few little patches on this pitch where the ball is staying low.
You just got to make sure you're going forward to that 50-50 length. Day 4 wicket when it's just starting to do this. As soon as you see one or two starting to stay down, you prefer it to be bouncing up more on the front foot than going back at it, rolling along the ground. And you've got to be your attention to detail, watching the ball off the wicket, all the way down out of the hand has got to be paramount.
Keep it nice and straight, Agar. They'll take a quick single. Nicely done by Jack Clayton as he gets himself off the mark.
Straighten up your areas of where you're trying to hit the ball as well. Make sure you're not trying to hit it too square on the leg side. It's also key on a wearing wicket. As soon as you start playing across the ball to a ball that's staying low, it's a recipe for disaster, but that was really well played from Clayton. Good running as well.
On the back foot, looking to punch their Lovell into the over. Just a single from it, 2 for 57. Queensland in their second innings. South Australia haven't rolled over at all. Defending a meagre target of 139. They've been gritty in this session as they were at the last 30 minutes of the last session. Khawaja and Labuschagne the casualties. And this is how it stands. 2 for 57, 82 more to win. Queensland's big first innings punctuated by Marnus Labuschagne's 159. Mitch Swepson, career best bowling figures, 6 for 109. As South Australia were cleaned up in the morning session. And now Angus Lovell unbeaten on 36, trying to put the team on his back here as they inch towards the halfway mark of the chase. We're going to see Lloyd Pope. Leg spinner has a chance to have a say in this game. He's coming around the wicket to Jack Clayton.
He needs to start well too, because there's not a lot of runs on the board.
No.
They have had their troubles, Queensland, with Lloyd Pope in the past. So
They have.
it's going to be in the back of their minds for certain.
Well, he's taken wickets every time he's bowled in the Shield this summer. He's taken 2 wickets, 3 wickets, 2 wickets respectively. So they would take 2 wickets here. South Australia, as Jakes is saying, if he can keep the runs down. Oh, an inside edge, and Pope jumped up. He was excited then, the leg spinner. Thinking that he got one through the defence of Clayton. Almost did as well.
Yeah, right out of the foot mark.
That's where you want to bowl, isn't it?
Well, it was a full foot mark, but
Oh, and that one stays low as well, but Clayton plays with the straight bat.
that's the foot mark he wants to be hitting. That one there, that second one. You got the one where the bowler bowls, and then you want the second step after. That's where you want to land it.
Or reverse sweep. Hitting on the pad as well outside the line of the stumps. But perhaps trying to negotiate some of that spin outside the leg stump. It's not a dull moment here, though. There's a lot happening. There's a low full toss that punched down the ground by Clayton. He gets a single.
See if Lloyd Pope can get that same amount of drift that Mitch Swepson was getting from over the wicket. He was getting it to drift nicely, chucking it out into the foot marks, and it was coming back to the stumps. He's not as big a turn up as Mitch Swepson.
No.
But he does need to be brave and get it outside that leg stump line.
Oh, I think there was a little inside edge first. That's a really good over from Pope. Single from it. Asking plenty of questions of the Queensland batters. 2 for 58. In pursuit of 139. Here's that last ball. Very easily could have got between bat and pad. Hannah Darlington alongside me, and it's a nice little period of the game here. Certainly it's not one-way traffic. South Australia keeping themselves firmly in this one, and still a fair few runs for them to get.
Yeah, there'll be a bit of confidence as well for both Lloyd Pope and Mick Sweeney, knowing that over from Pope had a couple of moments where it could have gone either way, but yeah, they seem right in the battle here, South Australia.
Where's Agar's going to continue? Drifts onto the leg stump and just turned around the corner by Clayton for a single. Yeah, there was a lot happening in that last Lloyd Pope over, asking some questions of both batsmen.
That's sort of all they can ask for, South Australia, is one, building pressure and trying to control as much as they can, but at the same time looking to create chances as much as possible. As that's how they're going to win this game. Lloyd Pope's done well to start off his spell like that. Obviously got taken apart early in his spell in the first innings by Marnus, so a good comeback from him.
Agar switches over the wicket now. Punched off the back foot by Lovell, who's probably the key man here. He's scored the most runs in the innings. He looks the most well set of any of the batters that have come to the crease.
Also hasn't looked to force anything in this innings. He's scoring at a good rate and able to get up and down, and has played a few cracking shots for boundaries as well, but yeah, he's getting up and down the wicket quite easily and under no real pressure.
South Australia done a good job of just plugging up the runs here. It was probably a 3 or 4 over period not that long ago where there's a couple of boundaries and a few 1s and 2s, but not too many runs to speak of recently here for Queensland. Sure, they don't want this run chase to linger any longer than it has to, but South Australia are really making them work hard for their runs. Having to scrap and claw here. Short and pulled nicely back with a square leg on the one bounce to Nathan McAndrew. Well in control of that level.
Yeah, could have very easily created a top edge there if he didn't control that one level, but well bowled from Agar, head height, and has the fielders out there to protect it, but does well to make sure that he doesn't hit it down the throat of that fielder, especially when you could see there McAndrew was probably 20 metres off the rope for that exact reason, and creating an opportunity instead of letting it fall short, and means he's aware of where the field is, which is crucial at when fields are changing nearly every ball sometimes.
No!
Yeah, it was well struck, but yeah, if he'd hit it a bit further straight down the throat of McAndrew, I wonder if that's a ploy they go to occasionally as well, South Australia, that short ball.
Jack Clayton at the non-striker's end has found it difficult to start his innings, but looks controlled at the same time. He took a while to get off the mark in the first innings, has done the same here, but doesn't seem to faze him, which I think is a sign that he's comfortable at this level and how he wants to go about his innings.
Oh, beats the outside edge. Good ball from Agar. Just angling back in to Clayton. And it's another pretty good over from the South Australian quicks. So they continue to ask questions of the Queensland batters. South Australia still searching for that third wicket.
Yeah, opting to come around the wicket here, Wes Agar, and yeah, creating that line where he's able to force Jack Clayton to feel like he needs to play, and yeah, putting in some hard yards here. It's a beautiful day at Adelaide Oval, but day 4 is some tired bodies out there.
Here's Pope. Going to hit that rough spot in and around that leg stump line, and Lovell will start with a single. Jordan Buckingham has been the lone wicket taker for South Australia. He's got both wickets. Kawaja caught Carey for a 6th ball duck before lunch, and after lunch Labuschagne LBW for 18.
Yep.
And they'll pick up another quick single here. This is good cricket from Queensland. It's just knock and run.
Yeah, on top of the game here, Queensland, and yeah, the ability to be able to take singles like that is going to be crucial, as well as South Australia probably start to set some different fields and utilise those fielders closer to the bat.
Oh, edged, and balloons through the slip cord, and it was no risk of going to hand. But that will excite Lloyd Pope and the South Australians through the hands at that one level.
Looking to take on Lloyd Pope, and yeah, flashes away past slip and beats point as well, but yeah, probably not the shot that he needs to play at this stage, but still looking to take on the game.
Yeah, it was like he was trying to go down the ground, wasn't it? Wanted to hit Pope back over his head. He really didn't get much of it. Just kind of lobbed around that gully region.
Yeah, probably not the best option playing that from the crease. If he came down and used his feet, he'd be able to get a hold of that ball at a better length.
Punch down the ground. Into the over. 4 from it for Queensland. They progress along to 2 for 64. And this was a dramatic end as Tasmania pulled this game out of the fire, winning by 3 wickets. 2 wickets in the final 2 overs sees them win by 3 runs. It didn't look like it was a possibility much earlier in the day, as Western Australia fought themselves to 8 for 255 from 8 for 215. But Jacksonberg, what a great servant he's been for Tasmanian cricket, coming up with an absolute peach of a delivery to pull that one out of the fire as Tasmania go to second on the Sheffield Shield table with that 3-run win after a draw with Queensland in round 1. This game still in the balance. Queensland still needs 75. South Australia need 8 wickets. McAndrew in replacing Wes Agar.
Didn't have the best over before lunch. McAndrew sort of let a few wayward deliveries. And you can see his figures there of none for 19 off his 4 overs, but 11 of those coming from 1 over. But coming around the wicket here to Clayton and trying to tie things up, but he'll also want to be adding to that wicket tally, creating opportunities for his side.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised if Mick Sweeney does a bit more of this, rotating through his bowlers, maybe shorter spells. Especially with this partnership just hanging on for a while. Clayton's been up there for 25 balls himself. It's been quite a while since they got it their last wicket, and when you're dealing with such a small total to defend, sometimes you've just got to rotate through your bowlers a bit more aggressively than you normally would.
Keep them as fresh as possible in this last innings, but yeah, those fierce sort of spells are able to let bowlers feel like they can attack in all moments. But if someone gets on a roll, then they're ready to go for a longer spell as well. Yeah, definitely.
Great shot. It deflected off the hands there of Henry Hunt. It was well timed, and they'll be able to get through for a single.
Yeah, a little misfield there at point as McAndrew enticed Clayton to play the drive, but yeah, hit straight to him, and they could have used the short leg pads to
that's what I was thinking, Hannah. Yeah. Yeah, that's the advantage for those fielders that field in close and find themselves in the outfield.
You even see sometimes they end up on the boundary in pads, and
you
wonder how you get to that point, but it's one of the beauties of cricket. South Australia don't want to get too bored here. They obviously only got the 2 sessions left to play in this game, but I don't think it's going to go the whole way, and they just have to make sure they're not forcing anything here and backing the chance to build as much pressure as possible.
Short, pulled around the corner from Lovell. Well timed, but again, protection out in the deep.
Once again, the control there is evident, that he knows those fielders are back and is making sure that he's keeping that ball down and not sort of giving into the ploy of seeing if he'd hit it down that fielder's throat. But yeah, it does seem like a bit of an evident plan against Lovell to dig a few in, as we see the short leg fielders out on the boundary, as we mentioned before. But well done from Lovell for the awareness there.
Yeah, I think it's good as a surprise ball, isn't it? 2 for 66 after 21, that you can slide in midway through the over, and just sometimes the instincts take over and you sky one to backward square leg or to one of those fielders out in the boundary.
Yeah, at this point when he's going quite comfortably and you've got Clayton up the other end, you probably want to be bowling as many deliveries to him as possible, as it might sort of flick a bit of pressure up the other end to Lovell. So yeah, it's an important partnership to sort of be able to break, but also at this stage looks quite comfortable.
They're 2 for 66. Lloyd Pope to continue here. He's going to be the one that could really turn this game on its head. The way he's bowling, you wouldn't be surprised to see him pick up 2 or 3 really quick ones, and that would put the cat amongst the pigeons. Certainly having a much better fist of things than he did in the first innings. As Hannah mentioned a few overs ago, Labuschagne went after him a bit. Still finished nicely with 2 for 81 off 15.
Get. No.
Bit of confusion between the pair. Decide against the single.
Good bit of work from Henry Hunt to take off quickly under the lid there.
Drives down the ground on the other side of the pitch and almost beats the diving stop there of Agar. Did extremely well. Not the first time I've seen him get down to cut off runs.
You can see here 2 balls in a row, able to cut off runs. Henry Hunt even going for the left arm little discus attempt, and then Agar the next delivery cutting off what would have been a certain 2.
Oh, reverse sweep. It's it straight to the man. Be careful with that one. Lovely's got a great eye, but that's speared in towards leg stump. I guess the thing is more than likely bouncing outside the off stump line.
Yep.
So that will end the over with a couple of singles. 2 for 68. So this partnership's starting to develop. They came together at 2 for 34 when Labuschagne was trapped leg before wicket by Buckingham. So this partnership developing quite nicely, and a few singles being picked up each over now.
And both teams will be watching that scoreboard tick as it ticks down for that South Australian lead and closer to
Definitely.
the total that Queensland are looking for.
Yeah, 71 to win now.
No.
Clayton looking a bit more assured. He's 5 not out from 30. Lovell inching towards what would just be his second first-class 50. He's 42 not out.
Yeah, for Queensland's sake here, they'll be hoping that Lovell bats for majority of this innings, but also for the rest of the Shield season as Khawaja potentially misses a few games for Australian selection, and the Ashes, it'll be a good confidence for him for the rest of the season.
No.
I think that South Australia probably thinking about another spell of Jordan Buckingham. Has taken the only wickets to have fallen. Obviously at one end you've got Lloyd Pope that's been doing a really nice job and testing out the Queensland batters, and Andrew only in his second over of this spell now. Very late pull out there from Clayton. He was very apologetic to Nathan McAndrew. That's going to make a fast bowler even more mad.
Yeah, a good apology. He definitely was not in any way meaning anything. You can see it was late, but you can also see after the moth that sort of flies out of his helmet after. But yeah, not a happy McAndrew.
Had a bit to say, didn't he?
He's already played around with the footmarks a little bit today, and yeah, he's not going to be happy that he's just basically delivered it without delivering it.
I think this is going to be a very quick ball.
Right on.
Shortish and cut away. He was lucky he didn't hurt himself there, McAndrew, because he held onto the ball. Looked like he could have strained his body, almost kind of lost his footing a little bit as he rolled through the crease.
Yeah, it's quite awkward when you've got to stop like that, and especially at the stage where he did. He's actually done really well to not let go of the ball in some capacity, and yeah, it's a sort of a weird thing as a bowler when you run in and you've got all that momentum and then you've somehow got to work out how to stop.
Clayton whips this one away down to fine leg. Another single there. So doing in singles at the moment at Queensland. Deficit down to 70 required to win. Important partnership, especially after Labuschagne fell at 2 for 34. If Clayton or Lovell had been dismissed shortly after that, then Queensland would have really been in some strife, and South Australia would have been up and about. But this partnership just steadying the ship. Pushed away, squeezed off the, still off the face, but maybe the inside edge portion of the face there, down towards fine leg for the single to Lovell.
It'll be interesting to see how South Australia wants to use Buckingham, like you mentioned before, in his next couple of spells. And one thing that has been evident is Clayton's attempt of reversing the spin in Lloyd Pope, and I actually think that could bring McSweeney into the game at some stage. Obviously, the off spinner and being able to bowl the left-hander might cause some issues.
Yeah, I wonder if McSweeney's brave enough to bring himself on. I was thinking on a similar point. Wouldn't be a bad option for just a couple of overs. Andrew finishes his 6th over, a couple from it, 2 for 70. Clayton 6, Lovell 43. There is the South Australian skipper. Bowled well in the Queensland first innings, especially when Pope was quite expensive, had to bring himself on and bowled a fair chunk of the overs with his off spin. We'll know that his side's still well in this, as looks as if drinks are making their way onto the field here at the Adelaide Oval. And we'll take a short break and be back shortly.
Are you trying to fuck up? No, I'm actually trying to throw it. I thought. I'm not gonna. No, I'm not. I know that.
Welcome back to Adelaide Oval, where Queensland are 2 for 70. Needing a further 69 more runs to win. Angus Lovell going well on 43. And Jack Clayton on 6. Lloyd Pope set to go. And bowling his 4th over. Buckingham's taken the 2 to 4 so far. Lovell will feel he's missed out a little bit there.
Yeah, it would have been a nice way to start after the break, a boundary away.
A little bit of drift there from Pope.
Opting for the 2 slips now off Lloyd Pope.
Chipped into the offside. Finds a gap, does Lovell. He's timed it pretty nicely. I'll come back for a 3rd.
Nice, Lloyd. Come on, lad.
Just chipping away at this target as well, not doing anything rash. Queensland just getting ever closer. More than halfway there now.
Yeah, Jordan Buckingham, one of the the better fielders within this South Australian team, and they've done really well to take 3 on that.
Oh, close there.
Just the slight inside edge from Clayton, and Pope definitely thought he was in the game.
Tries the reverse sweep. He's well outside the line. As so often happens when there's a leg spinner on, things happen.
Yeah, you can see that was premeditated. He'd already started to switch his hands before the ball had been delivered, and using it quite often here, Clayton.
Good from Pope. The target gets ever closer. So the 66 more needed. If you are just joining us, 308 all out. South Australia in their second innings before lunch. Got to 5 for 259. And then the last 5 wickets fell pretty quickly. Swepson finished with 6 in the innings and 10 for the match. And that left Queensland needing 139 to win. Andrew finds the inside edge of Lovell's bat.
Can sort of sense a shift here in the attempt of this runs chase by Lovell, and the way he's gone about starting after this drinks break. He's, yeah, looked to take on, not necessarily recklessly, but he's come out with a lifted intent to hit the ball hard and play a few shots.
It's nicely turned around the corner. Plenty of protection out there. Lovell has eased his way to 46. In his first Shield match of the season, Angus Lovell. Did play in that final last year at Carroll Rolton Oval. 150 so far for him in his Shield career. And similarly to this match, actually, he's come in as Lovell in the absence of Matt Renshaw, who's with the Australian one-day international squad. In the Shield final, it was because Renshaw's partner was having a child, so he didn't make the final.
It'd be interesting for someone like Lovell, and especially the way he's gone about this innings today, is whether he, you know, if there's not that role in the top order when Renshaw comes back, or how squad lines up. If he's someone that they see being able to play a role in the middle order, you know, you see Clayton here batting at 4. Is that a role that Lovell could play at some point, or, you know, bat at 5 if injuries became an issue?
That's a lovely shot from Clayton. Coming back for a third. McSweeney will complete the throw. I guess the thing is, there's likely to be a spot, isn't there, because of Kawaja's absence later in the summer. And as it stands at the moment, you'd think Renshaw would come back into the Shield side.
And it sort of works to have Lovell at the top with Renshaw and still continue to have that left-right combination at the top.
Runs early for him in the season. Angus Lovell will set him on a good course for the rest of the campaign, you would hope. Just 4 for him in the first innings, so these are important runs for the 26-year-old. Jimmy Pearson on the bench for Queensland.
Lachlan Hearn as well, and the 10 wicket taking man in Mitch Swepson, enjoying his time down on the bench at Adelaide Oval.
Clayton into double figures.
Yeah, I like that. Hunted right there.
There's a Hearn, the first innings centurion, due in next, and then Pearson at 6. Wildermuth may well slide down the order because of that slight hamstring issue. And Lisa as well, so there's plenty of batting to come.
Yeah, Wildermuth had some serious power as well, so if he came out, I don't think he'd plan on doing too much running. He'd be able to fall onto that power game, but hopefully not needed in this scenario. Just sliding on there from Lloyd Pope, and we saw that from Mitch Swepson a number of times. That ball that doesn't necessarily stay low, but on the stumps just slides on through.
Shorter this time. And Lovell rather misses out. Through for one this time. Oh goodness, I don't want anything happening to Alex Carey. Stands up with ball in hand.
Yeah,
Buckingham.
A little bit deeper there he was, probably enticing the shot to be taken on from Lloyd Pope, but Carey's done well to clean that up, but slightly risky run.
Yep.
Over his cord, 3 singles from it. And 25 overs have been bowled in this second innings. Lovely day in Adelaide, temperatures in the high 20s. A beautiful spot to play and watch cricket.
Since coming around the wicket here, Mick Andrew to Clayton, he's been really bang on with his line and being able to make sure that Clayton's playing as many deliveries as possible, and at times he's had the 2 catching mid wickets, he's had differing options in the slips cordon, but yeah, being able to have that angle that Clayton feels like he needs to play at every single delivery, as we see McSweeney right on the ball and direct hit as well, but Lovell safe in his ground.
Towel has come out the back pocket of McAndrew.
A lot of the quicks these days are starting to opt for their own towel in the back of the pants. Often it was give it to mid-on and mid-off and get it back after they finish bowling, but I like to wipe off the hands before they deliver the ball. It's a very quiet
Yeah.
Adelaide Oval, isn't it?
Yep. A lot of the enthusiasm has gone out of the fielders. They just need another wicket to perk them up. Full toss. Clayton hits it straight to one of those mid-wickets.
Clayton will be disappointed to not have put that one away, hitting it to one of those 3 fielders on the leg side in the ring, and yeah, being able to put a delivery like that away is a handy way to further along this chase.
Still a slip and a gully in for McAndrew. Actually played out to deep square for a single. There's that full toss.
Yeah, it looks as though he's put up a little bit ginger after that delivery. He once again turned around and looked back at the footmarks, but yeah, a extended follow through, and you could see he was just a little bit sore after that delivery.
That's lovely from Lovell. Beautiful shot down the ground. And that'll go for 4. Nicely done from Angus Lovell. Brings up his half century. And he's done it in good time and with a beautiful way to do it as well. Might be the shot of his innings so far.
I was going to say shot of the day so
Wow.
far, in
Fair
my
enough, yeah.
opinion. I think to bring up your 50 with a shot like that to finish the over as well, he's definitely gaining in confidence, and yeah, it's a classy knock so far.
Keeping an eye on McAndrew here to see whether we see him for another over. First Shield match of the season he's playing. Oh, that's hit him on the pad and spun back a long way from outside off. Might be doing too much.
Yeah, this ball from Lloyd Pope landing right in that second foot mark, right on the edge of it, and yeah, you're right, Chip, he's doing too much.
Well, he pitches that far outside leg and it's off a missing leg. Yeah, McAndrew's had a back problem at the start of the season. Came back in the one-day cup match against Victoria and ended up with 5 wickets. This time it's a sweep from outside off stump. But it just seemed to be labouring through that last over a bit, McAndrew, so it would be silly to risk him at this stage.
Wait on. No. Well done, Moss.
It might force them to make that change and bring Buckingham back on. And I feel like the bowler at the other end is going to be crucial in building pressure for Lloyd Pope at this end as well, who is attacking with the ball.
Reverse this time from Clayton. Very cleverly played there is McAndrew. Careful. Heart in mouth moment.
Yeah, as soon as you don't have the ball in your hand and you turn around and see it that close to the rope, there's always a moment of panic, but he does well.
Tries again, does Clayton. Here's McAndrew again. That is the end of the over. Let's have a look at the runs that have been made by Angus Lovell, who steered his side into the dominant position here. Unbeaten half century. This has included 5 boundaries. As all opening bats will tell you, have a moment or two of fortune and you've got to survive it. And that was a glorious shot down the ground to bring up the half century. And we are going to see a change of bowling with Nathan McSweeney bringing himself onto bowl in place of Nathan McAndrew. Just hope McAndrew's okay and he's not suffered a recurrence of a back problem. McSweeney around the wicket.
Clayton single off that first delivery, and it'll be interesting to see how he goes about playing McSweeney. He's opted to use that reverse sweep many times against Lloyd Pope as almost his way of scoring one. They've got that deep point and he's still opting to go to it, so it's obviously a strength, but a different angle, and obviously the off spinner instead of the leg spinner to be an enticing matchup, and as will against Angus Lovell.
Leg slip there. Down the pitch comes Lovell. And down the wicket comes Clayton. That's a very fine shot down the ground. Queensland have decided that they're not going to let McSweeney settle here, and they're going to take the opportunity to get ever closer to their target of 139.
Yeah, no need to reverse sweep when you can play down the ground like that, and yeah, a high percentage shot straight over the bowler's head and rolls over the boundary rope for 4.
Good turn from McSweeney. Tied him up a bit there. That is the end of the over. So 2 for 95.
Campbell, can you get this after the over, please?
And the Darlington has stepped out. Phil Jakes is here. A message from our producer, Jakes. How is everybody coping with Lovell having his shirt out?
Don't start me.
Well, that suggests that they're not coping with it well, but it sounds like you're not coping with it well either.
I'm not. Village. Tuck it in.
Oh, that's missed everything. Come back for 2. They're thinking about 3. They'll complete 3. These will be buys. Yeah.
It's become a bit of a common thing in the domestic game, the shirt out.
Why does it wind people up? And it does. And there's somebody who doesn't. Couldn't give a monkeys. Doesn't affect me at all.
Well, Pope's got his out as well.
Yeah.
Village.
Maybe that's why. I was a village cricketer at best. Maybe that's why it doesn't
He's
upset
used to
me. Yeah.
Wait.
This looks messy. Always told, look, you can't be a cricketer, look like a cricketer.
When you play golf, do you tuck your shirt in?
Absolutely.
Do you? All right, okay. You're a smart man, Phil Jakes.
Unless I don't have a belt.
Yeah.
Lovell, that's steered very nicely into a gap. He's looked pretty accomplished today, and that'll take him to 57.
If I was playing professional golf, 100% I'd tuck my shirt in.
All right. And would you wear trousers, or would shorts be all right in golf?
I think shorts are okay.
There are a few people who say that they shouldn't play in shorts.
I think tailored
At pro level.
Tailored shorts are okay. Certainly smarter with the trousers, though.
They genuinely, I can almost hear people at home getting annoyed watching Pope with his shirt out. And Lovell with his out.
Let's all take our shirts out.
Well, mine is.
So what? We're sitting in a comp box. We digress.
Yes.
Move on. It's just going to annoy us.
Oh, not us. It's going to annoy you.
It's wound up. I'm going to get up and leave in a minute.
Queenslander closing in here, 37 short of what would be a merited victory.
Very good performance from Angus Lovell, hasn't it? 57 of 82. It's got better and better as this innings has gone on as well.
Finding those gaps where all the fielders are a bit more regularly now, Queensland as well.
Yeah, they're cruising to a victory here, aren't they?
Thoroughly deserving as well. They've been
Any sign of a wobble early on, it's just not there anymore.
No. Been on top pretty much throughout, haven't they, since...
They have, yeah, they have.
Maybe through midway through day one.
Yeah, pretty much when that collapse happened.
Yeah.
Got off to such a good start, South Australia. They had potential to be really driving the game from the front and just left the door open, and Queenslander ran through it. And just haven't really been able to wrestle it back since. Because that man Mitch Swepson, 2 centurions for Queensland, Marnus Labuschagne, Lockie Hearn as well, his first class 100. Certainly wasn't Marnus Labuschagne's first.
No. Nor last.
His first rodeo.
No.
He's been dominant, hasn't he, this year?
Down the pitch comes Clayton and gives that a proper whack. All the way.
Right on cue, talking about being dominant. Jack Clayton says, don't forget about me. Beautiful shot. Used his feet. Full swing of the bat. And that's not a small hit. Got every bit of that. No need to run there, young man. Fantastic cricket shot.
And all of that while having his shirt tucked in, you'll be happy.
Yeah, proper cricketer. Jack Clayton. He can play.
Edged! Just wide of McSweeney. Thrust out that right hand, but couldn't quite reel it in.
That would have been a really good catch. That was the
McInerney.
hardest.
McInerney, I beg his pardon, not McSweeney. Got a thumb on it.
They're the hardest catches. That slip to the spinners, that cuts. That went fast.
Yeah, come on, 3.
Runs it. Call is 3. He knew it wasn't going to reach the rope. Big appeal for LBW, but outside the line, I fancy.
Yes, guys.
Sure Lloyd knows the rules. LBW. That was a good 1.5 foot outside off stump. Can't be out there, mate. He's playing a shot. That's a long way outside off stump. Another set. But if you don't ask, you don't get in this world. 24 to win for Queensland. Running out of time, South Australia. To make something happen, they're going to need a monumental collapse here. Something extra special. And some pretty damn awful batting.
Yes.
From Queensland to lose from here. You're going to go helmet back on. Head off. Maybe the sweep shot might come out a little bit.
Look, a good side though, Queensland, don't they? They're obviously going to lose Kawaja and in all likelihood Labuschagne for great swathes of the summer, but if Lovell can get some runs.
They've got good stocks, haven't they, Queensland?
Renshaw presumably to come back in, all being equal. Got a spinner that takes wickets. They've got a good seam attack. Very good keeper. Scores useful runs.
I'll be hoping that Jack Wildermuth's injury's not out. I'm going to send him out for too long.
Yeah.
I've said low grade hamstring strain, so should only be a couple of weeks, but fast bowling depth could be tested. Fiddler out. He's out injured, isn't he?
He's out for the season, sadly. Yeah.
For the season, and
Sanders.
Michael Neeser might go into the Australian setup as a spare bowler potentially.
That's very true, yeah.
And that fast bowling attack then looks a little bit light, but it's all a good team.
End of the over. 2 for 118 and just a further 21 needed. So many changes to teams, aren't there, at the moment? With, particularly with Australian A commitments, and then that tour to New Zealand a couple of weeks ago as well.
Yeah, there's people here, there and everywhere, aren't there, at the moment?
Yeah. Plus you add in the injuries.
Injuries on top of, and yeah. It won't be long before that series that everyone will be watching will be on. That Ashes series. Cream of the summer.
Twenty more for Queensland. A full toss will help them. The defending champions are just 20 runs away from successive defeats at the start of the season.
It's not the start they would have been looking for. They would have been looking to come out of the blocks. South Australia. keep that winning feeling from last year.
There's the end of the McSweeney over. 19 more needed for Queensland to win their first game of the season.
Thanks, Robin. Doing a marvellous job as always. Lloyd Pope to continue. This pair have done a really good job. Weathered a bit of an early storm when they came together at 2 for 34, and especially Angus Lovell, second first-class half-century for him, 64 not out. Glances this one fine. Through square leg, they'll come back for 2 more. As I mentioned a little bit earlier in the coverage, hit that magnificent 146 against New South Wales, who had Josh Hazelwood playing for them at Cricket Central last summer. And he's made a pretty good start to the season here in match 2. Love to get a bit of red ink next to his name as well. Get his side home. It's been a thoroughly convincing performance by Queensland. Of course, they made that decision, or Marnus Labuschagne made that decision after winning the toss to bowl first here at the Adelaide Oval. Oh, good ball from Pope, spins past the outside edge. Which, could have worked against them, especially when South Australia were 233, but Queensland stayed in the fight. They scratched and clawed to snatch 8 for 95 to dismiss South Australia for 228, and really since then, since that collapse and the wicket started tumbling at the back end of the first day, it's been all Queensland. 398 with the bat, Labuschagne 159, Hearn 106. And a wonderful display of bowling in South Australia's second innings, with Mitch Swepson collecting 6 wickets, 10 for the match. Worked out down the ground. Diving stop will keep it to just the single. And the over 3 gone, 2 for 1, 2, 3.
It's been a very dominant display, hasn't it?
It has, especially away from home as well, Jakesy.
16 runs to win now.
Yeah, never easy when you're travelling away from home, but they're going to enjoy this one, the Queenslanders.
Yeah, they will. They've earned it. It's been a very good performance, very disciplined performance with ball and with bat. 2 century makers in the first innings. Sets them up. But it was how well they stuck with the ball when South Australia got away to a good start as well that will be the thing that Coach Jahan Bota would be very, very happy with, was the resilience that they showed, how well they stuck at it. And then got the rewards, got the collapse they were looking for. To bowl South Australia out for a lot less than what they would have been hoping for with the start that they had. 228, pretty good batting service.
Yeah, they just got
It's not enough.
They just got a good knack of hanging in there, Queensland. They never quite go away, even when you kind of think like you're on top. You never really feel fully on top, and that's certainly been the case in this match, much like they did last year. They fought and scratched and clawed their way to 3 victories in a Sheffield Shield final appearance. That's the other thing. It's the replay of that Shield final, and they've been able to extract a little bit of revenge as we get through another over. Lovell and Clayton just happy to dink and knock the ball around the ground, and pick up the singles here as they have 14 more to win.
Yeah, and to do that with one bowler down as well in the second innings.
Yeah, that's true.
Jack Wildermuth is a great effort. Really bandied together. Good team performance. Mitch Swepson showed his class, didn't he?
Goes for the reverse sweep again. Balloons off the pad. Yeah, a low grade hamstring strain to Wildermuth. He would have batted more than likely down 11 if he'd had to in this match. So we'll have to keep tabs on that. Obviously won't be available for the one day, and might not be available for the next round of the Shield. But they've got so much class, Queensland, that I don't think they'll have any problems bring another player in. Reverse sweep, skies this one in the air and taken by Wes Agar. So Clayton had tried to pull out that reverse sweep a few times, and it doesn't come off. I think it just caught the edge of the bat and just kind of ballooned about 20 or so metres away, and Wes Agar taking a nice low diving catch, and Lloyd Pope gets some rewards for some hard work in this second innings. The Queenslanders lose their third wicket. It's Jack Clayton gone for 29. I think that's actually hit his helmet as well. The edge has gone into the helmet and then ballooned up, so that maybe saved the South Australians and has cruelled Jack Clayton on this occasion.
Yeah, just picked the wrong one, Jack Clayton. He was looking for something a bit more outside off stump. Preempted a little bit in the shot. Lloyd Pope just went a little bit straighter on that occasion and forced him to sort of drag that reverse sweep from a line that he didn't really want to, and force the top edge. And that was a good innings by Clayton. He looked very assured. He was trying to get it done a little bit quicker. And it's Clayton that has to go. And that brings the Centurion from the first innings. Lachlan Hearn to the crease.
Yeah, probably thought he might not get a chance to bat in the second innings.
Was probably hoping he didn't have to.
Yeah,
14 to win.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's one of those awkward positions when you come in the middle order. Pope gets a reward.
Bit of a hiding to nothing now, isn't it?
Mm.
Not much to gain, except for a W.
Yeah.
Job to do for his team.
So nice work here by Pope in the second innings. He's got 3 wickets for the match, and even though it's not going to come out on the South Australian side for a victory, still contributed in this second innings. Hearns off the mark, works that out to square leg for the single. End of the over, 3 for 126. 13 required to win. This is the replay. It definitely takes the edge, but you'll find that has actually rebounded from the bat into the helmet, and that's why it's ballooned up so much on this onside. Yeah, I think it's hit the peak of the helmet there. Still a very good catch from Wes Agar. Big, quick moving well to get his hands underneath that one. So McSweeney to continue. Seems as if they're just going to stroll through with spin from both ends. Nice movement there from Hearn. Pushes that one out through the covers. This win will take Queensland into second on the Sheffield Shield competition table. A draw with Tasmania in round 1 at home, and a win here in Adelaide. As Chippers was talking about, unfortunately for South Australia, they slipped to 0-2 along with Western Australia. So the reigning champs, and then another one of the states that have really been a heavyweight in the 4-day competition, slipping to 0-2, but you can turn it around so quickly in this comp. Saw Queensland make the final with 3 wins. Sometimes 4 wins can get you there. It's one of those competitions that you can get a real flow on once you start to win one game. How often do you see a team make a late season run after the Big Bash break, win 2 or 3 games on the bounce, and all of a sudden they're in the top 2? Tasmania have a knack of doing that in recent years.
It's enough result wickets around the country now,
Definitely.
isn't it?
Definitely.
Get opportunities if you play good cricket.
Stretching away from his body, square out to point. It's a direct hit, but Lovell comfortably home. So the thing for South Australia now is, having had back-to-back games at home against Victoria and Queensland, they'll have to go on the road. Buckingham does the fielding. It was a good return. But Lovell was always going to be home. So end of the over, 3 singles from it, and 3 level 69. The next round of the Sheffield Shield. I'll be starting on the 28th of October, running through until the 31st of October. Victoria and Tasmania at the City Power Centre. Queensland in that State of Origin battle against New South Wales at the Gabba. That should be a cracking contest there between 2 very proud states, and Queensland back at home looking to keep their undefeated record alive as we see Lloyd Pope stride in. And it'll be the 2 winless sides, Western Australia and South Australia, will play each other at the Wacker ground over there in Perth. So 3 really great fixtures for round 3 of the Sheffield Shield competition, starting on the 28th of October. We'll be back on Monday as well for the one-day cup version of this, South Australia and Queensland. Down to just 9 to win here for the Queenslanders. They're doing it in singles at the moment. The field is still quite stretched wide. So another single here to Lovell. He picked up 8 and 38 in his first 2 digs of the season against Tasmania. 4 in the first innings here, and now 70 not out. So making a pretty promising start to his second campaign with the Bulls.
It's a nice turn from Pope.
Yeah, he's asked some questions of the batters in their second dig.
Push out of that rough. What's happening? Be careful going back, Lockie Hearn.
Just dabbed into the offside by Hearn. Collected his first class and Sheffield Shield century in the first innings, Lachlan. 106. Batted for a long period of time with Marnus Labuschagne. That partnership really set up Queensland with the victory on their way to 398. Exciting times for Queensland with the likes of these 2 men in the middle, Hearn and Lovell. Obviously Khawaja and Labuschagne will move on when the Test series starts, you'd assume, after Labuschagne's start to the summer. Matt Renshaw will come back. I know Chippers was talking about that, but there's some exciting young talent. Callum Vidler's got a back injury at the moment, but he's another exciting young talent with the ball.
If we'll see Xavier Bartlett come back
Yeah.
in the mix as well.
Yeah, Spencer Johnson's out until after the Big Bash breaks. We might see him in the second half of the season, but if he comes back, that's almost like a big off-season signing getting someone coming back halfway through the year. He might be more restricted to the white ball competitions for Queensland, but yeah, they've definitely got some troops to come back, which is always a nice thing for Johan Borta. It's about front-loading your season, I think. Always been of the opinion that you win those early season games, it can really help you at the back end of the year. How often do you see teams in every sport having to win their last 2 or 3 or 4 games in a row and have to rely on teams A, B and C to lose to make the finals or the semi-finals? And if you're Queensland, a draw where they batted really well and a win here on the road is 2 pretty promising performances.
Yeah, definitely, and they'll be happy that man Mitch Swepson's been the main contributor too, because the pace attack have always been very strong, and they do the job when they play at home at the Gabba. And man Michael Nisa, it's a hard guy to face at the Gabba, but the fact that Swepson's bowling how he is, taking wickets away from home, is really promising.
Especially after last year. Struggled last year, 26 wickets at an average of 49. Didn't take any 5-wicket hauls, whereas here he's already taken 12 wickets in 2 matches, obviously 10 of them coming in this game.
It was the manner too, Jack. The manner he took his wickets and the actual quality of what he produced. It was better than first class. It was test quality bowling. He was getting some really nice drop and drift, good turn, great control. And was hitting that rough, even to the right-hander, was getting it outside the leg stump.
Swept backward of square leg. Yeah, both innings were superb. His 4 wickets really created the tumble for South Australia when they were in a good position in the first innings. And
genuine top order wickets too.
Yep, and the same in the second innings as well. 6 wickets in conditions that suited the batters. Flat pitch, and he just outworked and outthinked. Able to outwit the batters on more than a few occasions. Really valuable to have a player of that ilk and that experience as well. 32 years of age now, Mitch Swepson, and he's got that experience having played on a lot of pitches around Australia. What a performance it was with the ball. His best bowling innings in his career, as well as his best bowling match condition figures, collecting 10 for 159. Second time in his career he's taken a 10-wicket haul. 5 more to win. Making them work for it, South Australia.
Yeah, I know.
This is good, accurate bowling from Pope. Giving nothing away. A maiden in his 12th over. Score remains 3 for 134. Hearn 6 and Lovell on 71. 4 to tie, 5 to win for Queensland. Shot of the Queensland dugout. Marnus Labuschagne telling his teammates how to score 159 in a Shield game.
It's always got a bat anything.
Yeah, it's a special kind of breed, isn't it?
Must drive his wife crazy at home with his shadow batting.
I think you've got to be a special kind of breed to marry someone like that. So maybe she's used to it, or she's developed some coping mechanisms, Jakesy.
She's a saint. Aren't all wives though.
Yeah, cricket wives are.
Put up with us.
use the feet nicely, Hearn, to punch this down the ground. It's kind of reminiscent of a player inching towards their century. It's just really slowed down the last 10 or so minutes. I think Lovell definitely keen to be there at the end. But credit to South Australia, McSweeney and Pope bowled in some nice areas. Whipping this one down the grounds.
Happy to get there in ones, aren't they?
Yeah, they're content for that to happen. No Shane Warne going for the big shot on 99. Not going for that glory shot. Just happy to knock it around. And that might be the winning runs. As Lockie Hearn used his feet nicely. It creeps towards the boundary. No, it refuses to go. They get the 3 ones required, though. And a comprehensive victory for Queensland. Hearn finishes on 10. Lovell unbeaten on 72. A fine innings from him to guide Queensland home. 139 was never really going to be enough, even despite a couple of early quick wickets for South Australia. But you know, the victory really set up earlier in the match. Marnus Labuschagne, 159 in Queensland's 398. And Mitch Swepson, 4 for 50 and 6 for 109, bowling Queensland to victory. And they eventually take out this tie by 7 wickets. So impressive performance by Queensland. They continue their undefeated start to the season, Phil Jakes, and pretty impressive performance all around from the Queenslanders away from home.
Yeah, very solid 4 days of cricket from this Queensland outfit. They've started the season strongly with bat and ball, and they've got the rewards in this fixture. Played a draw up in Queensland at Allan Border Field on pretty flat surface. But on this occasion, Queensland get the spoils, get the max points, and they'll be happy with their work over these 4 days in Adelaide.
Mitch Swepson named player of the match for his wonderful bowling performance in both innings. Congratulations to him. Yeah. There he is. Happy to throw the training shorts on and get a well-earned rest after toiling in the field for some time. Really important performance for him, and what a key he is going to be for Queensland over the course of the summer. Myself and Phil Jakes spoke about it a little bit during this final session of the match. Just the quality they have throughout their ranks, the young players, experienced players, guys like Matt Renshaw, Jack Wildermuth, who was injured, didn't play too much of a part here. And here is the display of Swepson. That was the first innings. Really turned the game on its head, didn't he, Phil? With some really good bowling that tested out the very best of the South Australian batters.
Yeah, he certainly was impressive. There was some genuine wickets against some good batsmen as well. Top order players right the way through the game. Mixed it up with his flat, skiddier one and his loopy leggy.
That was a great ball, wasn't it, that one there?
Took the pace off it with great guile and great control. A couple of smart catches from Usman at slip as well. Did his job. And it was a really impressive performance. This was a great catch. Running catch from Wybgen. And in the second innings, he didn't miss his mark at all. As the conditions started to go in his favour, he really spun a web, and it was a test quality performance from that young man. And he's certainly putting his name back up in lights and showing how good he can be and giving Australia some options if needed.
There it is, Queensland winning by 7 wickets with plenty of wickets taken by Swepson, Labuschagne and Hearn with centuries in Queensland's innings. And then South Australia, just no one could really push on in their second dig. And of course, Swepson had such a say there. Then Angus Lovell, can't leave him out of the discussion either. It was a really polished knock by the young Queensland opener. 72 unbeaten, his second first-class 50 of his career. And even despite a couple of early Jordan Buckingham wickets, it wasn't going to be enough as Queensland win by 7 wickets. That means the table looks as follows. Queensland move themselves into second with that win, and South Australia stay bottom. A winless start to the season for them. In terms of what the fixtures look like for the next round, Queensland home against New South Wales at the Gabba, while South Australia will travel away to the west to the Wacker Ground in Perth against the Western Australian side. But that's all we have for you here from the Adelaide Oval. Thanks for tuning in over the last 4 days. On behalf of the entire call team, thank you for your coverage over the last 4 days. We'll see you next time.
Oh.